Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, and welcome to Thursday. Welcome to Thursday. Um, Tonight we're gonna do welcome to not for broadcast. New game for me. I'm not quite sure how it's gonna go, so we'll just jump right in. Hope you enjoy it, and let me know. So we're definitely gonna do a new game. Let's look at the options real quick. Gamepad rumble. You can play with the gamepad. Well, let's do it at normal difficulty. Let's leave these settings at normal for now. Audio. I think the audio is good, right? Actually, bump it up a little bit. I think this is a good mix. Um, Subtitles are on. Graphics look good. Controls. I hope that's going to be explained what vision mix and sound mix is, because I have 1, 2, 3, 4 and F1, 2, 3, 4 for the sound, adverts, CXC. Okay. We'll jump in the game. Hopefully there's going to be a an explanation.
We're still vassals, slaves who are dressed in prettier cages.
We're only getting started.
Okay, so we have different modes. Story mode without stress, intern with a little bit stress, broadcaster with normal stress, showrunner with extreme stress. Hey, let's just jump into broadcaster. Loading tip guy is off today. There's no tip.
Hi, David, I have a call for you. I'm just putting it through. All right, mate. Dave here. Listen, I know you've only come in to clean up the place, but I've got a bit caught up, so you're going to have to run the news tonight. Now, don't worry, it's not hard, and I'm going to stay on the phone and help you. First, I'm going to give you a quick tour of the broadcast room, so if you're not doing it already, look forwards towards all those screens. Right, look up at the top. That coloured bar is your audience. You want to keep the viewers going up and not down. Underneath that, you've got the screens. The one on the right is the broadcast screen. That's what the viewers are seeing at home. It's only a couple of seconds behind the master screen there in the middle. That's the one you control. Now, the four small screens on the left show the different signals coming from the studio, and you can choose between them using the numbered buttons on the vision mixer at the bottom left. Don't worry, I'll talk you through it and you'll pick it up in no time. Now, have a look to your left. These plugs control everything in the studio. I've left them set up for you, so provided you haven't fiddled with them, all you have to do now is throw the master trip switch and we're in business. Once you've got the power on, face the front again. You can see on the broadcast screen that we're in the end titles for the show before us. Fortunately, they go on for fucking ages, so there's plenty of time for me to explain. Oh, right, okay, they're over, so we haven't got long now till the broadcast.
Oh,
Right,
thanks a lot.
quickly, mate, look down under the desk. You can see a load of videotapes on the left. They're your adverts. Pick any three and load them into the machines on the right. When you've done that, look up to the front again.
Just pick 3. Look forward. Yeah.
Won't be long now till the signal starts coming through from the station. Stay on your toes. All the bigwigs are in tonight because of the election, so we better not make any mistakes.
Why the fuck are you not here then?
When you get the signal, select screen 1 with the vision mixer and we're ready to go.
Prawn and mayonnaise?
You know, CV makes me kind of imposter.
Yeah, I thought it might
Okay.
viewing figures.
Every day. You offer me prawns every day.
10 seconds, everybody. Tell us your love.
You're trying to kill it.
And yet you persist. Going 5, 4.
It's time to join Jeremy Donaldson for the
Good
National
evening,
Nightly
I'm
News.
Jeremy Donaldson. Our main stories tonight.
Okay, we're all good. Next thing is going to be to throw to the news titles on screen too. There'll be a countdown, but I'll count you in as well. Just relax, mate. It's all gravy.
Buys Honest Andy's Totally Independent and corners the flowered market. Top chat. Sports fans everywhere celebrate as popular footballer Johnny Hamsleeves wins Sports Personality of the Year. And a spoonful of sugar. Megan will be chatting with movie star Lawrence Blunderclatch about his new movie, The Medicated. And, of course, we'll be going live to Advance headquarters to hear what the leaders of this fledgling party have to say on their historic...
Right, button
That's all
2
coming up on
in
tonight.
3,
National
2,
News.
1. Now, lovely, mate. Next thing is to throw back to Jeremy with button 1 when that globe in the middle shrinks down and vanishes.
This is stressful already, and nothing has happened yet. I feel like I'm gonna screw this up.
Here it comes. Switch to screen 1. Now, lovely, mate.
But first, the votes are in and it's a decisive win for Advance.
We often get a bit of interference around this time, mate. Keep your eye on the machine at the bottom right. Use that slider that's flashing or your scroll wheel to move the wave up and down, keeping the green bit in the white bit.
But critics have accused him of a severe lack of actual policies and of being...
Oh dear God.
The opposition parties have all conceded defeat to Advance's overwhelming mandate, but have yet to appear publicly. However, former Home Secretary...
Right, it's going well. All you've got to do now is play the advert at the end of the segment. Make sure you don't play it too early.
How do I do that?
Fired.
How do I do that?
The top is counting you down to the advert. When it reaches 0, press one of the 3 play ad buttons over there at the bottom right. I normally play the first
Oh,
one,
these two?
first break and so on, but you can play them in any order you want.
Why are they
I'll
locked?
do it as well, but keep your eye on the clock.
To hear the co-leader's acceptance speech.
And 3, 2, 1, advert.
1 minute back, everybody.
I need to do
What? Why?
Wanker Snatch is running late.
Should ask him about the election.
Personally, I wouldn't try to confuse him with any big words.
That's the same policy we use with you. I thought that was our little secret.
Doesn't remember anything I tell him.
I'm deeply
So
uncomfortable.
far, so good. We're still in the green. What happened?
Mate, it's the first ad break. You're doing great, mate. But this is where it starts getting a bit trickier. This next sequence is what we call a multicam sequence, because you're going to be cutting between multiple cameras to keep things interesting. A lot of it's
It's
down to
interesting.
personal taste, but here's 3 good rules of thumb. 1, try and keep the shot on whoever is doing the talking. 2, don't stay on the same shot for too long, 10 seconds at the most. So if you're on the person who's talking, try and throw in the odd reaction shot or pull out to the wide shot for a bit just to keep it interesting. 3, don't stay on reaction shots for too long. A couple of seconds is usually enough. Then the audience want to see who's doing the talking, yeah? Stick to these rules and you'll be fine. It's not as complicated as it sounds.
It sounds complicated.
Television, haven't you?
Yeah.
Make it look like those.
Okay.
Selected now. No need to wait for the broadcast to start. Try and stay ahead, mate.
Break. Quiet in the studio.
Thank you so much.
10 seconds, everybody.
With Johnny Hamsley.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later, we'll be hearing from shock election winners Advance. But first
Get
off,
ready to go to
our
Megan
reporter,
on screen 4.
Megan Wolf is here with a star of both stage and screen. Megan?
Thank you, Jeremy. Megan Wolf, culture correspondent. And today I have a guest who starred in everything from Shakespeare
Right,
to
go
the
to
Shop
Blunderclatch
Shop
on screen 3 when she says his
Joined
name.
today by none other than Lawrence Blunderclatch. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, my dear, I do hope you believe me when I tell you that being with you here today is among
Switch to 2 for the wide now.
May I say, having you here with us is among ours.
Right, now just try and
So
stay
you
on
just
whoever's
finished filming
talking.
your latest movie, which is called The Medicated.
The Medicated, yes.
Wow, what was that like?
Well, as I said to Peter the Rat, that's Peter Jensen, the director.
Give us a look at Megan's reaction.
He's a wonderful chap.
Lovely. Now back to Thunder Twat.
Worked with him on several movies, all terrible.
Is his name Thunder
I
Twat?
said to Peter,
I just not
what a
realized.
wild ride this has been. And do you know what, Megan? I really like it.
Wow, that is fantastic. And am I right in saying that the character you play in this movie is quite an academic one?
Absolutely right. A scientist.
Was that a challenge at all?
What exactly are you implying? But seriously, yes, you're right. It was a complete departure from my last starring role.
So far, so good.
I played Sergeant Brock Rockman in Bullet Man. You'll remember that that was the true story of one soldier's fight for a love that surpasses all others. A love, of course, for freedom. I think it's grossed over $1 billion, but honestly, who's counting?
It's a role that saw you scoop 2 Best Actor awards, if I remember correctly.
It's so sweet of you to mention it, but I really am not in it for the awards, although those 3 little statues do take pride of place on my mantelpiece.
With all the others, I'm sure.
Oh, shit.
So, if you're not doing it for the awards,
It's hard to keep up.
That is a beautiful question, Megan, and not easy to answer. Like you, I'm afraid. Cut me, and I will bleed. And often, that's how it feels, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Bleeding, giving, suffering for one's audience. I suppose in the end, I do it for the difference it makes. I do it for the people that I inspire. The little people. But most of all, I think I do it for the positive change that I can bring about in the world.
and today, of course, we're in for some real change. It looks
Still
like
going up in green.
months. What do you make of this historic election result?
Oh, well. Well, now you're asking. Historic election result. Indeed. Historic is the word. Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Very difficult.
Been on that show a bit long.
I've always been quite clear that when it comes to politics, one should always strive to not fuck things up.
Shit, he swore.
Oh.
Don't worry, he won't do it again.
Sorry, I said fuck.
Shit, he did it again. Okay, don't panic. I'll explain how to deal with swearing at the
From
break.
the Medicated, which opens next week.
Right, they've swapped the shot of Jeremy on screen 1 for a VT of the movie clip. You'll get a countdown on the screen, but I'll just let Megan cue you in.
My character, Dr. Lance Hemlock, is faced with a decision that could affect humanity's very survival.
Exciting stuff. Let's take a look. Exciting stuff.
Cool, looks like Blunderclash is losing it in the studio, but we ain't got time for that. There's more interference coming.
Oh shit.
Trickier this time, mate. Use that little flashing joystick to the left of the knob, or hold down your middle mouse or Alt on your keyboard, and as the frequency changes, match it to the white bit by dragging right.
You think I don't know that?
Now we're going to squash the frequency back by dragging left.
No, Lance, we mustn't.
So really, I don't get a break. That's what the game is about.
Jubbly, mate. Next we're going to change
No,
the
shit.
Same as last time. Little joystick or hold Alt or middle mouse, and this time push upwards.
You told me, but I didn't listen.
Doctor,
I'm drowning, Lance, you said.
you need to see this.
Right, now let's match it back by going downwards.
The sterility.
Oh, this is going all the way down.
This is the key.
Stop.
Not bad. You'll get it with practice.
I thought I did a splendid job.
At the end of the clip, you'll want to play another ad. Remember to use the clock at the top to count you in.
Okay.
Right, I guess I better explain how to deal with bleeping out swear words. As you've probably noticed, the broadcast screen, here, is about 2 seconds behind the master screen, here. When someone says a naughty word, the bleep button lights up, like this. 2 seconds later, you'll hear that swear word going out on the broadcast, and you need to hold down the bleep button or the spacebar on your keyboard for as long as the swear word lasts. It can take a bit of
Spacebar.
practice getting used to hearing 2 things at once. Just stay calm and you'll get it.
I got a
If
B?
you can't tell when to bleep,
Why?
just
Oh.
above the
because of the switching.
You'll literally be able to see the sound scrolling by. All you got to do is hold it down while the red bit is over the red line.
Okay.
Simple. Of course, if you do it by eye, you'll have to take your eye off the screens. That's why real professionals do it by ear. Most people like to have the volume of the broadcast screen a little bit below the master screen. Let's set it now. As you turn it up, you'll hear the advert getting louder. Good. You're set to start censoring. Like I say, it takes a little practice, but I'll try and help you through it, and soon we'll have you bleeping like a pro. Remember, button lights up, count
1, 2, and hold it down.
and hold it down.
You want crazy? We got crazy. Crazy Neil's got crazy deals.
Remember to select screen 1 now that you've got the feed. Don't wait for the broadcast to go live. That's too late. You can use the number buttons on your keyboard, 1 to 4.
Seriously?
A lot to take in.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. And I'm told we can now go live to Advance Headquarters, where the two leaders, Peter Clement and Julia Salisbury, are about to make their acceptance address.
Cut to the outside broadcast.
Go for it, Pat.
Get
Okay.
ready,
Go
please.
for it, Pat.
Thank you all for coming, and well, where do I start? Well, what a day!
They said we
What
couldn't
a
do
day.
it.
They certainly
They
did.
used every dirty, low-down, lying southern bastard trick they had against us. But you, you saw right through their
I'm sorry about the language there.
Sorry about that. I've had a
language
couple of
there.
celebrations. Sorry about that. I've had a couple of celebrations. Coarser than the granny's fanny. Coarser than the
Memorably
granny's.
put. Memorably. But to be honest, who can blame Peter for celebrating? Throughout the campaign, you've heard us say that Advance are not a political party. A party is what you have when things are going well. When the country is suffering, you don't need a party. You need a team.
This is hard to do it by ear. I'm looking at the sensor screen now.
Day one of a new future. A better, fairer future. So perhaps we should all be celebrating.
Except for the rich. For them, the party's over. They shouldn't be celebrating. They should be putting their shit in pants
Uh-oh.
on, opening their dusty checkbook.
Again, colourfully put, but not inaccurate. Before we came out here to address the nation, we used our executive powers to pass the Assets and Wealth Act. We have produced a definitive list of every person in the country with wealth in
I had to put that shot in.
No, probably you rather you don't. Because the likes of you and me are not welcome in their gated
Audience is getting wild, mate.
Tomorrow, we will be introducing a sweeping reform of the tax system in this country. No more hiding wealth offshore, no more trust funds or creative accounting. A simpler, fairer, unavoidable set of tax laws.
So all you bastard public school snobs have got nowhere
Oops.
to hide. I've got nowhere to hide. We revoked your passport. We revoked. You want them back? You want to leave like you threatened before the election? That's fine. Before the election. First, you're gonna pay first. You're gonna pay back.
Advance are going to turn this country from a nation of warring individuals into warring individuals, to properly fund health and education, to raise the living standards of us all.
The pundits said we'd have to raise billions. But you'll see when we've reclaimed what's ours, that's absolute ferret shite. So to you posh twats,
The people who pay you a pittance to serve them drinks in their private clubs, the people whose children you raise,
they've got time to get even richer.
Oh no.
have this to say to you. Advance have this to say to you. We are coming for your sports cars and your mansions and your vineyards.
It ends today.
We will put the wealth of this country back where it should have always been. In the hands of the people who created it.
Today.
Yes, it ends today. And tomorrow, we'll start making it fair again. Just like we promised we would.
And until then, ladies and gents, I suggest we all get pissed.
I can't argue with that. Thank you for your time.
Well, interesting acceptance speech there from Apologies for the fruity language, and hopefully we got that ironed out for you in time. If not, someone's going to be in trouble. If not,
That would be me.
So, as the country braces itself for new government, that's all from us this evening at the National Nightly News. We'll be back tomorrow with full coverage of the first day under advance. I'm Jeremy Dawson. Have a peaceful Jeremy Dawson.
Right, looks like you've got it now.
Good job,
Thanks for all the help,
everybody.
mate. I've got to go. Ferry's about to leave. Probably won't be coming back. Job's yours, mate. Good luck.
Oh, boring politics then.
Is this some weird fever dream? Am I
Well,
dying
we're
now?
not sure. Here in Zimbabwe
You should
on
be so lucky.
a big hill and the bus
I'll
comes
see you
twice
tomorrow
daily.
night.
Not coming for a drink?
No, it's got a date.
Picturesque
Lucky you.
Zimbabwe
Try not to
this
get
summer
murdered.
And experience a holiday that's simply unlike any other.
Oh, the challenge room is now unlocked. This wasn't the challenge enough. Segment grade D. It's getting worse.
Your kids will love exploring the old production line in relative safety. Grab your tetanus shots and come down today. There's no
Oh,
gift shop.
God.
Feel free to grab an old handle from the skip out the back. Or why
This is
not
gonna be
indulge
fun.
in cultured side and visit some of our sites of historic interest, like the parish church, currently the subject of a thrilling police investigation, the old market, home of the fairly big cabbage, or
Well, it wasn't a complete failure. Wasn't good, but it wasn't bad. So it's definitely a lot to take in. The scene changes, the sensor button, all that stuff. You have received full wages. Broadcast spore. Cool. So apparently I can get shares as well. Okay.
Alright, mate. Welcome to the archive. This is where you can have a quick look back at what you've done and how it looked to the public. There's 3 sections: broadcast, rushes and adverts. Let's start with broadcast. Click on it now. Over on the left, that's all the broadcasts that you've done. Click on any one of them and hit load tape. Once it's finished loading, you can use the rewind and the fast forward at the bottom there to help you get to the bit you want to see.
Okay.
In a few moments, we'll be going live to tonight's National Nightly News. But before that, let's take a look at what's coming
here's the
up later
fast
on
forward
tonight
and
on
rewind.
Channel 1. At 7 o'clock,
It's the semi-final of the quotation game, and it's a nail-biting quiz tonight as a team of nuclear physicists take on 4 old ladies from East Screeching. That's followed at 8 p.m. by award-winning documentary series The Shape of Now, which tonight looks at the history of the knee-length sock and its importance during the Great Blackouts of 1871. Not one to miss. At 9 p.m, sit back and relax with multiple award-winning movie The Freedom of Being Colin, taking us all the way up to 11:15, where, as usual, Dr. Adrian Atkinson-Briney will be grilling his guests in Incisors, and tonight's news return for leading economist Katie Brightman. Finally, at midnight,
God,
it's the national
sounds like the beavers from Timberborn.
But now, it's time to join Jeremy Donaldson for the National Nightly News.
I'm Jeremy Dawson. Our main stories tonight. Moving on up, the election win that experts said news.
This was fairly good. It's amazing what you miss when you're concentrating on different things than what is actually being said during the broadcast. I had no idea.
But first, the votes are in and it's a decisive win for Advance. The landslide victory, with an astonishing 81% of the popular vote, is the biggest election win in living memory. Advance appealed to voters up and down the country with their bold promises of permanent change, but critics have accused him of a severe lack of actual policies and of being deliberately vague. The opposition parties have all conceded defeat to Advance's overwhelming mandate, but have yet to appear publicly. However, former Home Secretary Geoffrey Jeffreys has issued a statement in which he comments that we have all been seduced by the shiny wrapping paper, but have yet to see the contents of the box. Sounds like sour grapes to me, Jeff. After the break, Megan Wolf will be speaking to a man whose grapes certainly aren't sour, the international heartthrob and inexplicable...
Okay, so this was the whole intro thing where the guy was teaching me how to prepare for the adverts. Gotcha.
That's all coming up after the break.
Nosy photographer. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be an 80s news show, by the way. That's why the VHS thing is so prevalent.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later...
Thank you, Jeremy. Megan Wolf, culture correspondent. And
Not
today
bad.
I have a guest who starred in everything from Shakespeare to the Shotbot films. I'm very excited to be joined today by none other than Lawrence Blunderclatch. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, my dear, I do hope you believe me when I tell you that being with you here today is among the greatest joys of my life.
May I say, having you here with us is among ours.
Bless you.
So you've just finished filming your latest movie, which is called The Medicated.
The Medicated, yes.
Wow, what was that like?
Well, as I said to
It's a little
Peter
late.
the Rat, that's Peter Jensen, the director. Do you know him? He's a wonderful chap. He really is. I've worked with him on several movies, all terribly successful. I said to Peter, what a wild ride this has been. Do you know what, Megan? I really love that.
Wow, that is fantastic. And am I right in saying that the character you play in this movie is quite an academic one?
Absolutely right.
This all went pretty well. Let me see where I screwed up badly in the acceptance speech.
When I played Sergeant Brock Rockman in Bullet Man. You'll remember that was a true story of one soldier's fight for a love that surpasses all. A love, of course, for freedom. I think it's grossed over $1 billion, but obviously who's counting? It's a role that's released 2 Best Actor awards, if I remember correctly. It's so sweet of you to mention it, but I really am not in it for the awards, although those 3 little statues do take pride of place on my mantelpiece. With all the others, I'm sure. So, if you're not doing it for the awards, what is it then that drives you? That's a beautiful question, Megan, and not easy to answer. Like you, I'm afraid. Cut me, and I will bleed. And often, that's how it feels, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Bleeding. Giving. Suffering for one's audience. I suppose in the end, I do it for the difference it makes. I do it for the people that I inspire. The little people. But most of all, I think I do it for the positive change that I can bring about in the world. And today, of course, we're in for some real change, it looks like, in the coming few months. What do you make of this historic election result? Oh, well. Well, now you're asking. Historic election result. Indeed, historic is the word. What?
I just love listening to the chipmunks.
Clear that when it comes to politics, that one should always strive to not fuck things up. Sorry, I said fuck. I'm really, sorry. I'd be delighted. This is a really pivotal scene where my character, Dr. Lance Hemlock, is faced with a decision that could affect humanity's very survival. Exciting stuff. Let's take a look.
Oh, this was where the interference was coming in. Apparently. Yeah. So I wonder if that line... Yeah, that line is because of the fast forward. Oh, there's multiple fast forward speeds. Okay. How fast can we go? Oh, wow.
And I'm told we can now go live to Advance Heck.
Well, the 2 leaders, Peter Cummins and Julia Salisbury, are about to make their acceptance address. Shall I start? Go for it, Pat. Okay. Thank you all for coming, and, well, where do I start? What a day. They said we couldn't do it. They use every dirty, low-down, lying, southern cloud against us, but you, the people, you saw right through them. I'm sorry about the language there. Sorry about that. I've had a couple of celebratory pints. Makes me coarser than a granny's. Memorably put. Let's be honest, who can blame Peter for celebrating? Throughout the campaign, you've heard us say that Advance are not a political party. A party's what you have when things are going well. When the country is suffering, you don't need a party. You need a team. A team that can change things.
This is pretty good.
A new future. A better, fairer,
Oh boy. Well, I think they did the bleeper beeper.
Advance. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
This is gonna be horrible. So now we just go back.
Click on rushes and let's have a look at those.
Rushes.
Right, this is the rushes room. It's pretty simple. The 4 screens you can see, they're going to show you the 4 signals you got from the studio during the actual broadcast. Difference is you can mute any combination of them, so you can have a listen to the stuff you weren't allowed to show. Select the broadcast and give it a go. And when you're done listening to the backstage secrets, hit back.
Okay. I wonder what this is. There is stuff that was not in the broadcast then.
These aren't my cards. Please tell me these aren't my cards.
No, they're the right ones, apparently.
Oh, but this gives me nothing, Jenny. They must see that.
Oh, no. I think they think he won't have anything to say.
Oh, for God's sake, come on. It's a huge day. He's not an...
Absolute bonehead. I don't care, Rob. I'm not doing it. I agreed to do one beastly interview a day. I made that completely clear when we started. Check my contract.
Hi, I'm Megan.
Oh, piss off. You're
Oh.
on thin bloody ice, Rob.
This guy is.
Whole wheat, man. Whole wheat.
We're coming back from the break. Quiet in the studio.
What the hell was that?
Whole wheat.
We're coming back from the break. Quiet in the studio.
Oh, there's a lot going on
Thank
over
you so
there.
much.
That was the
10
commercial
seconds,
break.
everybody. Counting in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later, we'll be hearing from shock election winners Advance. But first, our very own culture reporter, Megan Wolf, is here with a star of both stage and screen. Megan?
We've
Thank you,
seen all
Jeremy.
this,
Megan-
right? So. Oh, there is, yeah, the clip from the medicated. Let's see what happens during that scene.
Where my
Character, Dr. Lance Hemlock, is faced with a decision that could affect humanity's very survival. Exciting stuff. Let's take a look.
And we're out.
Rob, get the car. We're out of here.
Mr. Blundercatch,
No! I'm shutting this down. What kind of operation? I don't understand it.
Mr. Blundercatch, I understand you're upset, but we can...
I don't understand. Rob! I'll be at the doorstep. Send up a bottle of scotch and a whole ham. It's in my contract.
Jesus.
Think I don't know that?
I'm sorry. I just had to. I had to. Go on then.
Condolence,
Say it.
we mustn't.
What? Told you so.
It's Dr. Lansty.
Your hair looked nice.
Flanagan.
See, this is why you're single.
Ooh, there is some stuff going on behind the scenes as well.
Oh,
o'clock.
You told me, but I didn't listen.
Doctor.
I'm drowning, lad.
All right, let's see what the advanced acceptance is.
Apparently, he's been drinking since lunchtime.
Christ, he's a liability at the best of times.
I know. God help whoever has to bleep this. 10 seconds, everybody!
I mean,
Thanks a
a
lot.
TV personality running the country. Seriously?
We've had worse. 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. And I'm told we can now go live to Advance Headquarters, where the two leaders, Peter Clement and Julia Salisbury, are about to make their acceptance address.
Shall I start?
Go for it, Pat.
Okay. Well, thank you all for coming. And, well, where do I start? What a day.
Teal.
It's fascinating. Sorry, I'm just. Oh, I could have cut back a little bit for more often to them. That would have been interesting to see him smirk. A little bit. It's interesting to hear the commentary they have in the background here. Okay, so that's all of that. So the adverts is just showing the adverts that we played during the... Okay, there's the 5 adverts that were available. Okay. Let's continue. Arrive home to find posts on the mat, most being more than usual. Okay, one letter catcher at the team wants to know you. Okay. It's a form from the advanced government asking for information. Okay. So I'm Alex, I'm married to Sam, and I got Charles and Susie as... So the question is, a colleague in a different department has confided in you that they've been taking home confidential information. A file of minor importance has gone missing. You would help colleague cover it up. Recommend that your colleague reports it. Promise your colleague that you won't tell any reported violation to your supervisor immediately. Oh, this has shades of Paranoia, which was a role-playing game we played back in the 90s, or the 80s actually. I would let him report it. Oh, this is going to end very, very badly. An entire department was fired today for consistent underperformance. Your boss has put in place new targets. New targets? that are significantly higher than the oh, okay, yeah. You would leave work on time, stay late to ensure you hit the first deadline, leave work early and head home. These two are definitely wrong answers. This one or this one. Probably do this one. Okay, number 4. It's the annual company barbecue. You and your family have been invited. You're looking forward to enjoying a nice day out with friends and family. Or washing your hair that day. Go if you're free, but wouldn't mind missing it. Have been practicing with your co-workers and team. No, not the talent contest, but hey. Question 5. You've had a long, successful career and are now about to retire. In your speech, you list your achievement and all the good memories you have. Give an honest review of the pros and cons of the company. Focus on issues and challenges you face. All in there. It's the last thing. So, in your spare time, you like to relax alone, doing things like listen to music or make models, attend political rallies and stand up for what you believe in, encourage and support your children with their hobbies, and play your local sports team. Family man? Oh my god, how many questions is this list? Your ideal holiday getaway would be surrounded by natural beauty, getting away from the strain of daily grind. Exploring somewhere unfamiliar and discovering new experiences and challenges. A structured day out at a theme park, bursting with thrills and attractions for you and your family. A romantic getaway with your partner to a tropical island. This one will be interesting. It is most important that the government keeps people safe, free, happy, and equal. Most important, if you keep people safe, that may contradict these. If you keep them free, hell, that means that everybody can do whatever they want, and it might make people less safe. Happy may make people less free, maybe less safe. Oh god, this is difficult. This is the most difficult question yet. Let's say free. Family matter. It's late, Sam and the kids have gone to bed. You're just trying up your favorite coffee cup or worn out souvenir of your first trip. The prince faded, but a goofy face still makes you smile. Knock at the window. You're in the garden clutching a gaudy neo-green suitcase. Chris, okay. No, not really. Chris's face is screwed up tight now. They're taking people hard. I'm not saying the top 1%, but they can afford it. People like me were going to lose everything, and that's why I'm here. Chris' eyes seem to be resting comfortably on the floor tiles. No, it's a lot to ask, but I need to borrow your passport. Passport? What for? A passport? I can't give you that. It's illegal. You can always say it's stolen. They've taken mine and half the bloody countries, but people always say you and I look so similar. I need to leave before it's too late. Once I'm out, me and my money will be safe, but I need to go now before they freeze my accounts. Please, Alex, I wouldn't ask if I had no sex. Are you sure that is what you want to do, buddy? All right. He's getting upset, so Let's get the passport. Open the wardrobe. Unlock the safe. Excuse me. Sleep before his breaks his out. Alex, what's going on? Nothing, sweetheart. Don't worry about it. Go back to bed. Better that she doesn't know. Close the safe and head back down. So Chris's day jump up? So if you got it, yes. Good luck. Oh God, I hope he's not pulling another one. Get back in touch once I'm safely out of the country. Why does he have that Nile fluorescent suitcase? It's like making him stand out. Loading screens can be skipped by inventing a time machine. All right. The Fallout. Oh, we're back in the... Dave got out just in time, I think.
First of all, let's get the power on. You need to get at least the bottom 4 plugs on. Right, let's load up the adverts.
Okay, adverts was...
You know, load the tapes.
Oh yeah, under the desk.
You might want to have a bit of a think about it. Your decisions have consequences, don't they?
No, they don't. Jus de cochon? Okay.
Right, you can see they finally got the old headline system up and working again, and the vision mixer's already in headline mode because headlines always come at the start. It's really simple, mate. These 2 buttons at the bottom of the vision mixer, you can see they now have A and B on them.
Yeah.
And they're to help you pick image A on the left bottom screen here, or image B on the right bottom screen here. It's really simple. This little clock here will count down the number of seconds you have to make your decision. Provided you make a decision in that time, you're fine. And you can change your mind as much as you want until the clock reaches 0. But if you don't make any decision, you'll be fired before you even get to make another choice. I just want to say one more thing, mate. The pictures you choose to show of these people, well, that's how the public is going to perceive them, and that's going to affect their lives. So like with the adverts, choose carefully.
No,
And we're off. Good luck, mate. If I get time, I'll call you back in the next break. Yeah, I'm coming, darling.
One of those. My friend Janet says theirs gets really hot.
Is this
10
Janet who
PM.
thinks dogs
It's a bit
have
of
their own secret
escapism
language?
with Lawrence
Yeah, the one that
Blunderclatch's
mistrusts the moon.
acclaimed action
10
movie,
seconds,
Bullet Man,
everybody.
Not the best
taking us
source
up
of
to the
consumer
National Weather
advice, then.
Report and
Don't blame
close
me
down
when
at
it
a quarter
explodes.
past
Going in
midnight.
5,
But
4,
before all that,
3.
it's time to go over to Jeremy Donaldson for tonight's National Nightly
Good evening,
News.
I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Good evening. Our main headlines tonight. Destination unknown. At the end of Advance's first full week in office, we ask exactly who's leading this charge. Tonight, I'll be discussing what the new future may hold with a leading economist and radical freethinker. With the country's wealth creators in a state of panic and unfavourable rumblings already heard from overseas. I'll be asking my guests whether Advance can deliver on even a fraction of their manifesto promises. Out with the old Remington's Fist have appointed Sophia Remington as their new CEO. The following photo, taken from our archive, gives us a sense of this influential young firebrand who, at the tender age of 23, becomes the youngest female CEO in history. Sophia Remington's appointment is a risk for the giant mega corporation. Sophia, as our regular viewers will be aware, has always been a wild child and has been romantically linked to several movie stars and sports personalities.
Uh-oh. Got another decision to make.
Sophia promises it'll be all the rage this Christmas. But concerns have been raised about the product safety. Making a splash. Intrepid scientist Dr. David Ward, and marine biologist Ingrid Swarsborg and Morgansford have today set off to explore Dante's taint.
Dante's taint.
Unreachable. But thanks to a new breakthrough in underwater flight technology, the pair hope to successfully reach the imposing central cavern and the undiscovered plant species it contains. This is, of course, only the latest in a series of successful, this unlike successful. In a joint statement about the dangers their team will face, the pair stated, "We will face the plentiful challenges together, like we always have. Playing the field. Rumours abound that sporting legend Johnny Hamsleeves is snapped leaving Bush, one of the capital's hottest clubs. The footballer was caught while out celebrating being named Sports Personality of the Year last week, as reported by this very programme. And judging from the angle and velocity of that spray, it looks like Johnny may have been celebrating a little bit too much. I certainly wouldn't want to be his dry cleaner.
And another one.
With advance promising a radical new position on crime, how afraid should we actually be? I'll be going live around the country to talk with people who've seen the criminal justice system, from every perspective. With more and more people saying they're scared to walk the streets alone at night, could this be exactly the right time for Advance's new approach? All that and mega move with a group of young actors already experiencing the positive side of the new Assets and Wealth Act firsthand. They'll be talking and performing later. That's all coming up on tonight. That's all coming up on tonight's National Night.
Was I too late for that? I think I was. What the hell is going on? Oh, shit. Jesus Christ, there's so much to keep track of. Just when you think you got one thing down, the next thing goes.
In the wake of the government's swift enactment of the Assets and Wealth Act, we're talking about Advance's first week in office and what the new future holds. Joining me are Katie Brightman, a leading economist, and Alan James, author. Alan James is right. The Free Man's Guide to Waking Up. The government certainly haven't dragged their heels on delivering some of the legislation they promised. But what does the Wealth Act mean for us?
Nothing, Jeremy. We're still vassal slaves, we're just in prettier cages.
Confident dismissal there. Katie Brightman, do you agree?
I'm afraid I don't.
Katie Brightman,
no.
do you agree?
I think that Advance have realised that the current economic system of unlimited, unending growth is untenable, so they're changing things up.
There I agree with you. They're moving to the next steps in the grand plan.
Grand plan, Alan.
It's all in my book. Alan James is right, Jeremy. We're to become the great herd. Ignorant, sterile, and short-lived. That's what they want.
Or perhaps Advance have just realised that if we carry on the way we are, we will destroy ourselves
What?
and this planet in a mad orgy of consumption, if you'll excuse the colourful metaphor.
Yes, orgy is the right word. Only it'll be the overlords having an orgy on our poor broken backs. It's all in my book. Alan James is
shamelessly self-promoting. Katie, how do you think the rest of the world will respond?
I think they're watching carefully. Advance are the most destructive threat that the world powers have faced since the last great world powers have
Yes,
faced.
Katie's right. War is inevitable. And this will not be a war like we've ever seen before. We're talking millions of deaths. We're talking high-tech weapons that can level entire cities. We're talking
out of the wrong orifices.
Mock me all you like, Jeremy, but when they murder your parents and they poison your food and they take you away to their camps for hypno-brainwashing, we'll be laughing then.
That might be a great way to sell books, Alan, but you know full well that isn't going to happen with democracy.
Democracy is dead.
Yes, Advance are radical, and change is always frightening, but the truth is that the Wealth and Assets Act has made more than 90% of the population wealthier.
Maybe I should have cut to him. Oh, wait. He was looking over there.
Bollocks! What this young lady doesn't understand, Jeremy, is that these are the same people. Maybe they've rebranded, but it's all a little circus act to keep us from seeing the tyrant behind the curtain.
That's where you're wrong, Alan. For a start, they've mobilised the youth vote like we've never seen before.
You say mobilise, I call it grooming. The grooming of an entire generation to walk happily into eternal bondage. They're like psychic paedophiles.
What?
Katie, what are your predictions?
The Assets and Wealth Act is only the first step. Advance now have a historic budgetary surplus, and as well as properly funding our public services, they're already funneling unprecedented amounts into scientific research in the arts.
Or, as I call them in my book, Frankenscience and opiates. Frankenscience and opiates. Like opiates, see?
Can we get back to the issue at hand, please, Ellen?
This is the issue. It's all coming from the water. The chemicals pumping it full of belief juice.
Don't get me wrong, I want to see these changes, but only if they're sustainable. If Advance lose their power after spending half of our GDP on dismantling infrastructure, that could be catastrophic.
The catastrophe is that they're succeeding. They've got us sat here talking about their puppet show.
All right, we're running out of time. Quickly, Alan. What does the future look like to you, Alan?
A bleak space where we've all been figuratively sodomized into submission.
Katie, we might be on the eve of a brave new world. God knows we need some change, but we need to be cautious. Let's walk forwards with our eyes open.
Two very different visions of the future there. Alan James, Katie Brightman, thank you for joining me. When we come back, I'll be investigating Law and Order before Megan meets some beneficiaries of the Assets and Wealth Act. That's all coming up tonight on the National Nightly News.
1 minute back.
You know, I think they might do some good.
Shit.
I don't want to upset you, but you should wait for the world. And I don't mean to shock you. You need to wake up! I'm Alan James, and I'll slap you so hard with the truth, you'll still be picking fat out of your face the following
10 seconds,
Wednesday.
everybody.
Alan James, coming to a city near you.
5, 4,
Dates
3.
and times.
Welcome back. In our second segment, we're going to be taking a deep dive into the state of law and order in our country. Advance have already tasked what they are calling a solutions team to move this serious social problem to the top of the list. Tonight, we go behind the headlines to meet the people who live with the criminal justice system.
What the fuck?
First up, we have Gregory Judge, a lawyer who sees the problems close up. Can you hear me, Gregory? Can you hear me,
I've got you, Jeremy. Thanks for having me.
What's it like on the front line of the hard face of the cold hand of justice?
Well, as you can imagine, Jeremy, we are massively understaffed in this country. We're working every hour we can just to try and cope with the caseloads on our desks.
Which must affect the quality of support you can offer.
We can barely keep up with demand, Jeremy. There just simply isn't enough being done at a
What?
systemic level to relieve the problem. We need more support from ministers. We need more support from ministers. We need change at a structural level, Jeremy. At a structural level,
I'm leaving. It never is it? I'll be at my mother's.
It never is it? Just hang on. Just hang on. The problem isn't a local one, Jeremy. It's nationwide. Jeremy, it's nationwide. Jeremy,
Oh, have you mentioned your affairs?
No.
Oh, have you mentioned your affairs?
Well, the affairs of the Justice Department that we should be concerned about.
Hello, Mr. Donaldson.
Hello, Mrs. Judge.
Hello, Mr. Donaldson.
We need legislation to relieve the pressure on our public service.
Sorry to interrupt the news, Mr. Donaldson. Can I have a moment to tell my husband I'm leaving? Can I have a moment to tell my husband I'm leaving?
Totally understand. Yes. Quite the picture of a burdened legal sector there. Gregory Judge, thank you for joining us. Gregory Judge. Next, I'm joined by Police Chief Constable Bob Peel, a man with a very different perspective on our nation's crime. Do you think there's a problem with the system, Bob?
I'm sure we all do, Jeremy. I'm sure we all long for a return to the days when you could safely walk the streets of your community at night, looking in through windows and generally enjoying without the risk of being terrorised by some thug with a knife, or cop with a knife.
So you feel the streets simply aren't safe anymore? Where have we gone wrong, Bob?
What the fuck is happening? Why is it not responding?
Question, Jeremy, but I think it all comes down to moral decay. Diluted our culture.
I know. Dude, my mouse is not working. Oh. Oops. That was not good. For some reason my mouse was not responding. Yeah, there it goes again. It's frozen. That's... Oh. Well, I'm hearing some computer issues. Is my mouse now completely gone? I think it is. Well, hold on while I try and figure this out. I'll be right back. Okay, not quite sure what that was. My mouse is back now. Hopefully it won't start acting up again. Let's give this level another try. We kind of know what to expect now. They're gonna mess with the... Okay, so the checkpoint is actually after the segment with those two. I didn't realize that was actually one of the commercials that we queued, the guy that we just interviewed.
Bullshit, you will. She's good. You know she is.
I'll set up a word in. That's all I can do.
10 seconds, everybody. Little Jakey's good as a big bag caught you with water.
If that sticks, I'll just...
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. In our second segment, we're going to be taking a deep dive into the state of law and order in our country. Advance have already tasked what they are calling a solutions team to move this serious social problem to the top of the list. Tonight, we go by the list. Tonight, the people who live with the criminal justice system, the people who every day of their lives. First up, we have Gregory Judge, a lawyer who sees the problems close up. Can you hear me, Gregory? Can you hear me, Gregory?
I've got you, Jeremy. Thanks for having me. Yes, I've got
What's
you,
it like
Jeremy.
on the front line of the hard face of the cold hand of justice?
Well, as you can imagine, Jeremy, we are massively understaffed in this country. We're working every hour we can just to try and cope with the caseloads on our desks.
Which must affect the quality of support you can offer.
We can barely keep up with demand, Jeremy. There just simply isn't enough being done at a systemic level to relieve the problem. We need more support from ministers. We need more support from ministers. We need change at a structural level, Jeremy. At a structural level. Time, darling.
It never is it?
Time, darling.
I'll be at my mother's. It never is it?
Just hang on. Just hang on. The problem isn't a local one, Jeremy. It's nationwide. Just, Jeremy, it's nationwide. Just Jeremy,
Oh, have you mentioned your affairs?
No.
Oh, have you mentioned your affairs?
The affairs of the Justice Department that we should be concerned about.
Hello, Mr. Donaldson. Hello, Mrs. Judge. Hello, Mr. Donaldson. Hello, Mrs. Judge.
We need legislation to relieve the pressure on our public.
Sorry to interrupt the news, Mr. Donaldson. Can I have a moment to tell my husband I'm leaving? Can I have a moment to tell my husband I'm leaving? Totally understand. Yes. Quite the picture of a burdened legal sector there. Quite the picture of a burdened legal sector. Thank you for joining us. Gregory Judge. Next time joined by Police Chief Constable Bob Peel, a man with a very different perspective on our nation's crime. Do you think there's a problem with the system, Bob? Do you think there's a problem?
I'm sure we all do, Jeremy. I'm sure we all long for a return to the days when you could safely walk the streets of your community at night, looking in through windows and generally enjoying without the risk of being terrorised by some thug with a knife, or cop with a knife.
So you feel the streets simply aren't safe anymore? So you feel the streets simply aren't safe anymore?
Well, that's not a simple question, Jeremy, but I think it all comes down to moral decay. We've diluted our culture and lost touch with what it means to be a citizen of this once great country. As the vicar noted in Sunday's sermon, we probably shouldn't have banned hanging.
And to what do you attribute this moral decay?
Gays and gypsies mainly. It's all in the Bible. Look, Leviticus clearly states that...
What
Jeremy, bloody gypsy skate. Delia, could you give me a little help, please, dear? Delia, could you give me a little help, please, dear? As I was saying, Jesus didn't like immigrants much, did he?
And just to be clear, you think it's the immigrants who are responsible for the moral decay?
Absolutely, Jeremy. Back in your box, Clive. Back in your box. Delia, I really could use a little help with this. Delia, I really could use a little help with this. Yes, I'm talking to Jeremy Donaldson. Clive, could you put him back in his box? Jeremy Donaldson. Clive, could you put him back in his box?
And whose responsibility is it to make a change, Bob?
Well, it is certainly not the responsibility of the decent, good, white people of decent, good, white. Hold on just a moment. Hold on just a moment.
Oh my God, what's just going on?
I am not having this again, Clive. I am not having this again. As I was saying, Jeremy, moral decay. Crime is the responsibility of the criminal. No one else. Responsibility of the criminal. Everyone has a story, but we don't all end up as barbarians. When our daughter Alice comes home with an A minus, does she go on a killing spree? No, she takes 3 of her pills and hides under the stairs like a normal child.
Thank you, Bob. Bob Peel there. Thank you, Bob. Locking down the police's position on the And finally tonight, hopefully uninterrupted, it's time to get to the heart of the matter. It's time to get to the heart of the matter. Has recently been released from Tony Bruce for serving 3 years for aggravated assault, burglary, and menacing a swap. He's agreed to talk to us today, which is also, I believe, his birthday. Many happy returns, Tony. Many happy
Cheers,
returns.
Jez. Call me Titwank Tony. Cheers, Everybody else does. Call me Titwank
No,
Tony.
I'm not going to be doing
Everybody
that.
else does.
Can you tell us what it's like in prison, Tony? Can you tell us what
Titwank
it's like
Tony.
in prison, Tony?
Titwank Tony. Prison's a mixed bag. Structure's quite nice, but it's a constant battle against institutionalisation, as you can imagine. And obviously, Titwanks are quite hard to come by.
I'm picking up that you're not alone there, Tony. I'm picking up that
Titwank
you're not
Tony.
alone there, Tony.
Yeah, sorry, my friends are throwing me a surprise party. Yeah, sorry, my friends are throwing me a surprise party.
Okay, well, we're
Good
trying
bunch
to
of
get
lads.
back to that party as soon as possible. We're trying to get back to that party. First, let me ask you this. Do you feel that your time spent in prison helped to rehabilitate you in any way, Tony?
Titwank Tony. I don't think it's as easy as that, Jez. I don't think it's as easy as that, Jez. Yeah, I think asking that is an oversimplification.
It sounds like it's getting quite busy there, Tony. Let's try and soldier on. Since leaving custody, have you been able to find a new job?
Yeah, all the boys are here. Big Chris. All the boys are here. Chris. Big Chris. And Vampire Chris. Little Chris.
Oh no.
One sec, love. One sec, love. Rehabilitation's difficult with the current system, Rehabilitation's difficult. It's just not set up for it, you know? It's inherently unjust. It's inherently unjust.
So, do you feel tempted to... I'm sorry. Who's this now?
You are joking. Chrissy Free Bollocks has only got Mr. Fancy, oh. Only got Mr. Fancy, oh. Because I'm on the news.
It seems like we've caught you at a bad time. I
can't really hear you, mate. It's getting a bit busy here. I can't really hear you, mate. It's getting a bit busy here.
Jesus Christ.
Seem to be losing a signal there, Tony.
Well,
we're just trying to get that signal back. Yes, Tony? Tony,
Oh dear God.
Megan will be live with some plucky young thespians. Don't go away. We'll be back. Don't go away after these messages.
It's been a great night. In this next section, there's a bit of music. If you edit in time with the music, you can see the result on the vision mixer, and the public will love that. Don't worry if you don't know, you won't get punished for it or nothing. Just try and stay in the groove. Also, one last tip: when the music starts, turn down the broadcast volume. Right, enjoy the music bit. God, I love music. God, I'm so pissed. I think I'm
You can be sure that you're well equipped in the march towards progress. After all, there's nothing better than moving forward. The advanced go forward together.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome's Black, I'm Megan Wolfe, and on tonight's Culture Spot, I'll be chatting with one of the first beneficiaries of the Assets and Wealth Act, a team of inspiring young people from Scritchford Sixth Form College, who today received a grant from Advance to take their play, Hey, Friendship, on a tour of local secondary schools. Welcome to you all. Well, let's start with you two, Harriet and Charlotte Winstanley-Hamilton. Girls, you must be thrilled.
We are, Megan. We're overwhelmed, to be honest.
And I believe you two are sisters, is that right?
Yes, Charlotte's my oldest. I'm the older, more popular one. Only joking.
Harriet and Trey were really the ones who came up with the whole idea.
So, Harry and I were shooting the breeze in the cafeteria, and I said, hey, let's actually do something.
So I went to look for a drama teacher.
But she'd been laid off due to budget cuts. Fortunately, I directed a pantomime when I was at university, so I knew the ropes, as it were.
Oh, right, yes, but you're the maths teacher, aren't you?
Yes, that's me. Jeff, algebra, maths teacher.
Maths is really important.
Oh, thanks, Steve.
Maths is really important.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
As is theatre. It's one of the oldest art forms in history. Aristotle believed. I just think that when we travel around all these problem schools and the poor kids see us, they say, hey, I really want to be like those attractive kids. And that's a very beautiful and powerful thing. We touch our audiences. And
Don't touch. No, don't touch.
With a surname like algebra, there was really only one choice of career for me. My wife, Angela, and I, we often laugh about it.
Angela Algebra.
Yes.
We just want to bring a bit of song and joy into people's lives.
And teach people about the difficult issues. The issues in the play are what really matter.
And I think you're going to be showing us an extract from this play, aren't you?
That's right. To put into context, I play a young first year who's having some troubles at school.
Her character doesn't actually have a name, yeah, because in a way she's like all of us.
It's like a metaphor. Maybe she's you at home, or like maybe she's you, Megan.
Maths is really important.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Put it in, coach.
Yes, thanks, Steve.
Jesus
I'm going to have a
Christ.
little chat with your teacher while you run off and get ready. I can't wait to see it. That's it, that way. So, Jeff, when did you first hear about the grant?
2 days ago. A letter from Advance arrived at the school. Now, the headmaster thought it was all a prank, but his secretary retrieved it from his bin and brought it to me.
Wow, how did you react?
I also threw it in the bin. But then Harriet and Trey rescued it, and they rang the number at the bottom of the page, and next thing you know, we're on tour.
Wow. Well, I think we can all guess which way you'll be voting from now on.
Do you know what? It's funny because Angela and I don't usually vote. We're not very political. I'm a mathematician, of course, and she's a paraplegic, maybe. But we did used to watch that Peter Clements DIY show back in the day, and so we thought,
Peter
why not?
Clements?
Let's have a go at this whole democracy thing.
Okay.
And here we bally well are.
Good stuff.
Fucking brilliant!
So, let's have a look at a short section of Hey, Friendship.
Dear Diary, I'm not sure I can take another day at this school. Another day of tears. Another day of fears. But still I walk the corridors alone. Dreading what might be around every corner.
What's around the corner? What's around the corner? What's around the corner?
Oh, hi, Gary. Oh, heavens, no! It's Gary the Fist!
Gary the Fist!
Going somewhere, little first year?
Great! I've been looking for some poor victim to bully all morning. But will this make me feel better about my violent father?
Excuse me, I'm late for maths. It's my favourite subject. And so important.
Maths is for losers.
What?
Maths is for losers.
My arm's stuck, cunt.
Just keep going, for fuck's sake!
Right, maths is for losers. Now, give me your lunch money.
Double lunch for me today, but why am I only truly happy when I'm eating?
Not today, Gary the Fist.
What do you mean not today? Who are you? My arm's free coat.
Brilliant, keep going!
Right, who are you to stand up to me? I'm Gary the Fist, and you're just a sad little girl with two gay dads, who's all alone.
That's where you're wrong, Gary the Fist. These are my two new friends. Vanessa is captain of the netball team. Yeah. And Blake owns a motorbike.
Yeah.
But I can't fight all three of you, and I don't have any friends of my own.
Take a look at me. Take a little look at my face. I could be you. She could be you. And you could be me.
Or you could be me.
Life can be peachy keen if you work as a team.
It's my choice to be mean. So stop now, make a different choice.
Listen to that inner voice.
Hey, listen up, I won't take no crap. Who said middle class girls can't rap? I ain't afraid of your crew laps. I'm a mother-loving rebel, but I still love maths.
Hey, kids, I'm Gary the Fist. People think folks like me probably shouldn't exist, but that's just prejudice, and I'd do better if you knew the way that I became Gary the Fist. I grew up on a council estate. The park was hip, but the flats weren't great. My dad used to come home drunk and late, and he'd hit my mum for dinner, he had to wait. Oh, where's my dinner?
It's not ready.
Where's my dinner, woman?
Go.
Don't make me ask you again.
Hitting women is wrong.
I guess life's pretty hard on a council estate. 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 It's so damn hard on a council estate.
Life can be peachy keen.
Yeah.
If you work as a team.
Just work as a team.
It's your choice to be me.
It's my choice.
So stop now, make a different choice.
Listen to that inner voice.
Friendship!
Well, thankfully that's all we have time for tonight.
Jesus Christ.
Join us tomorrow night for all the headlines from across the country. My name's Jeremy Donaldson. Have a peaceful night.
And we're out.
What the little fuck?
Unbelievable.
twats out of my studio.
Oh, I actually got a B for that. Oh, the sequence, first sequence I got an E? Oh, wow. What does that mean? Oh, is that where I lost the signal or something? Okay. An exceedingly poor edit. Yeah, I know. It was not good. Still broke as poor? Okay. So what was the first part? That was this one.
Take a look at what's in store tonight on Channel 1. Kicking off our evening schedule is a retrospective of the best moments from Peter Clement's Just the Job, reminding us just how our new Prime Minister became so popular in the first place. Following that, at 9 p.m, Megan Wolfe sits down.
Evening, I'm Jeremy Dawson.
So this is where I got an E for? Hmm. Hmm. So what does this do? Oh, okay, you can delete the tapes or something. Gotcha. Rushes. Confirm, 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 confirm. What do you mean? Oh, I think something broke here. I don't think that's what it's supposed to look. So we'll just continue then. Yeah, time things, but yeah, that's the little sound thing. This is a crazy game. Requires a lot of attention because you're actually doing 2 or 3 things at the same time while you're listening to the sound. You're trying to cut between scenes and making sure there's no cuss words in there. Oof. Get to the theater slightly early. Smile widely as you join hands and take your seats in a private box. Oh, we're in a private box now? Tickets arrive to your doormat. With a type thank you note from Chris, you'll get your passing box soon enough, apparently. The show isn't your usual taste. A pretentious opera in a language you know for a fact that Chris doesn't speak either. Complimentary drinks go down smoothly. The show ends. You stand in line to get your coats, and Stam has you increases with a lavish impression of the conductor, arms failing wildly. A couple in front of you are talking about the relocation of people who couldn't pay their new tax bills. It sounds awful. Well, Sam is happy. When you get home, you're still laughing at Sam. Heads up. You notice your 14-year-old son isn't home, and there is a note on the kitchen table. It is almost illegible. Sorry. It says he's at a friend's house. Hmm. 14-year-old. I wonder what time it is. Let's go over there. Okay. That might improve our relationship with our teenage boy. Okay. Day 42? Oh, wow. Leafing through a pile, accumulated post, new bill. Until a flash of blue makes you pause. Recognizing the Teal Advance logo, you tear it open. Dear Winston resident. Second reminder letter. An assets and wealth redemption scheme. Please submit your passport. To your nearest government office as soon as possible in order to register for the scheme. It's a nice wording. You cannot receive your share of the national rebate without submitting these documents. There would be consequences, but it doesn't make it easier. Work as a team and we're rewarded as a team. Forwards together. Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. Can we just say that our passport is stolen or something? Or we lost it? I mean, it happens. Can't help but crack a smile. The snow has settled. The kids are pulling a cracker open where the elderly mother tries to keep her eyes open. You always had a soft spot for Christmas. Head of the table. Crosses Chris's empty seat, probably on a tropical beach somewhere. Together with Dave, I get. Catches Semi, who breaks into a smile, clearly thinking the same thing. Even without Chris, the food has had to be stretched a little thinner this year, but no one seems to notice. You look around the room at your family. Are you having a nice Christmas, Grandma? Let's make a toast. Your daughter Susie seizes the opportunity to corner you. You know how you love me? I'm not going to like this, am I? You know me and my friends are planning on going traveling this year? She begins innocently. Well, I was hoping you'd help me with the money. Let's keep it light. I knew it, I'm a mind reader. You wish you could say yes without worrying. But now that your mother's had to move in, things aren't quite as simple anymore. Just how much are we talking here? Only a few hundred. It's great not to spit your mulled wine across the table onto your elderly mother. I know it's a lot, darling, but trains are expensive. A great opportunity for her, and I did already say she could go. Mood sours as Sam puts a paper hat on your head and sorry the expression reading everyone is god-awful cracker jokes. Sours, sorry, not sours. The room is filled with voices and laughter. Looking around at your grinning family, your mother whispers your father would be so pleased. You dab your eye with a napkin. Lucky and broke. Current wealth with his money. Oh God. A long weekend. Why does the zip on this damn case never close? It's your anniversary. Every year you and Sam go away for the weekend, usually camping. You're not made of money. You've been looking forward to it for ages. Finally getting some time alone together when you can afford. Forget about the noise of life. No kids, no work, just a bit of romance and some peace and quiet. Zip finally gives up the battle and you drag the bulging suitcase down the stairs. The answering machine is blinking. Good evening, Alex. This is Mr. Bozeman. Yeah, I need you to come in on Saturday. Some information has come to light concerning the rising tensions between our nation and foreign powers. And the national nightly news team will be working around the clock to ensure we break the story first. Needless to say, I will expect your attendance tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp. Have a pleasant evening. Shock turns to annoyance and then fury. Oof. What are we gonna tell Sam? What would happen if we ignore the message? Oh, we can't go lower than what is money? Oh, okay. Selling the other kidney. Monday. The immaculate script is blood red. I am very disappointed, Winston. Well, we're broke, but... Oh my god, that sounded like American Horror Story. Your son Charlie hovers at your elbow as you read. Do you find yourself striving to achieve? Are you an active member of the team? Do you like reaping the benefits of cooperation? Join the advanced go-getters today. Forwards together. It definitely doesn't sound like the youth club. It sounds like the Hitler Jugend. Charlie grabs a flyer, thrusts a form into your hand. Go walk straight here from school and Ben's sister can drop us home after. Let's sign the permission slip. We'll see. Heartwarming to see him so passionate about becoming an active part of the community. This can only be a good thing. I am not so sure about that. A free ticket again? Some guys at work gave it to me. They can't go. Alan James is right in front of you. I'm really unsure. What do you think? Shall we go? Isn't that the guy we interviewed? Oh, screw it. Free tickets are free tickets, right? The show is entertaining, but not less funny than you thought. He's a powerful public speaker and something about his sticks. Lying in bed at night wide awake long after Sam's reading turns heavy, it hits you. It was the crowd. Not laughing, but roaring. Profitable partnership. Oh, we could always use some money. Particularly long day at work, you come home to find the posts sorted into piles, as Sam has taken to doing recently. Most of it is usual rubbish, but a letter with increasing familiar advanced logo and urgent respond immediately plastered on the front in a correspondingly urgent red font grabs your attention. It's gotta go. This has to do with the passport. This letter is to inform you that the advanced government has taken another step forward. a fight for equality by nationalizing the largest private corporation and distributing the resources among the citizens of this great. The Partnership Bonds program ensures that wealth created by the people is delivered to the people. Yeah, I don't remember this being in the manifesto either. Every household will become a partner in one of 3 carefully selected institutions, chosen by advance for consistent high performance and financial security. All returns are based on public opinion and cannot be guaranteed. Please select one of the following. Eye of the beholder. Whether it's cosmetics, clothing, or couture, we see the beauty in all our customers. Deals limited. It's always a steal from Crazy Neil. Pleasure Corp. Our business is your pleasure, from sports to travel or even just you time. Can't say pleasure without leisure. Well, considering that we did a weekend of overtime to go on a trip, I would say Pleasure Corp. Thank you for making your selection. Please return this form using the envelope provided. You will receive a report from your partnerships in 3 to 6 working months. 3 to 6 working months. Okay, yeah. Yeah, partnership my ass. Actually, it goes up a little. Back to what's funny. By the time we get to do another broadcast, I have completely forgotten how to use the panels. Realism mode hides all the helpful info for that stress-induced heart attack feeling. Yeah, I'm beginning to believe that TV producer is not for me. The Tempest. Ooh. Okay.
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here, your boss. While you're powering up and getting the adverts loaded, I thought I should just tell you that we've had one of those public information films from the government, and it's mandatory that you play it. You still have a free choice for the other 2, so read those tape labels carefully, but make sure you play the advance advert, preferably at the second break. Right, that's the lot. Have a great show. Total pimp. My God, that weather looks nasty.
Oh, how's it going with Steve?
Why are all men such pricks?
That well,
Apparently he has a complicated relationship with his faith.
No. Sorry, are you saying he chose his imaginary friend in the sky over you?
I don't know why I talked to you.
It probably is a really awful date.
10 seconds, everybody.
Who we're starting with?
Did your personality accidentally slip out?
Pricks. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Uncooperative. A mysterious symbol has appeared overnight on thousands of buildings throughout the capital.
Tonight, in an exclusive live interview with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, I'll be asking what this mysterious symbol might mean.
After 3 months of record-breaking approval ratings, could this be the daring first move of a silent resistance movement? And what would that mean as we go into the future?
We shall overcome. Trapped in Dante's taint for more than a month now, doctors Ingrid Svorsborgen-Holgensvoord and David Wong announced today that they're considering 2 possible options.
With 2 of the finest minds in science working together, hopes are still high for the eventual return of the team to dry land.
While both options are still on the table, support seems to be growing for a daring escape attempt. If a group of fungus experts can't fix the most advanced craft ever conceived by man, then who can?
LaBeouf avoided. As the last Mr. Snugglehogs is found and destroyed, we ask, how could we have been so blind?
Fortunately, this station wisely chose not to advertise Mr. Snugglehugs, and the subsequent disappointing sales turned out to be a miracle, as only 7 children were horribly injured by the lethal toy. How much worse could it have been? Thankfully,
oh shit.
Julia Salisbury, who mobilised numerous government resources to recall the product immediately after the first blindings, said today that the new advance mark, which must be earned by all new products, will be a 100% ironclad guarantee of safety and quality.
Fallen angel? Notorious addict Johnny Handsleeve seems to have reached a new low in his battle with booze, as this recent picture reveals.
Johnny's star certainly lacks its former glow these days, with public concern over his mental and physical health growing at an alarming rate.
Let's hope that the team at the Gentle Touches Rehabilitation Centre can help Johnny get back to his former glory. Johnny's family have asked for privacy during this difficult time. We'll have reporters at the clinic around the clock, so you don't miss a thing.
Is this once celebrated role model about to become the bad boy of sports?
And radical ideas. In an attempt to put the Mr. Snugglehugs disaster behind them, Remington's Fist CEO Sophia Remington today announced a surprising new project that already has the markets raising an eyebrow.
Known for taking risks and bold strategies, could the adventurous CEO be leading the business giant down a dark alley or taking it to a new level of success?
The manufacturing giant promises that the Junior Employment Opportunity Scheme will not only increase employment but also productivity. But critics are speaking out against what they're calling child labour.
Choices have to be made really quick.
Being marketed under the slogan, lots of little hands to make lots of little things.
With that exclusive Prime Ministerial interview coming up later.
And our very own Patrick Bannon live at the first annual Sports Board final.
You won't want to miss a second of tonight's National Nightly News.
Oh, okay, they get the signal right just for once.
But first tonight, while Advance is certainly proving popular with the majority of the country, who've seen their wealth and standards of living increase considerably, for some, the transition has not been as pleasant.
That's right, Megan. The formerly aristocratic members of our society have had to make major adjustments to come to terms with the new regime.
Robin Short is in suburbia investigating rumours that these previously privileged people may be planning some kind of protest. Robin?
Oh, too quick.
Thanks, Megan. I'm here in moderate hatchings to talk to Wentworth and Penelope Somerset Bentley, who were relocated to the house you see behind me after Advance passed the Assets and Wealth Act on their first day in office. Tell me, lives.
Well, quite frankly, Robin, we're not settling in at all. Our neighbours are whitewatters.
It's simply untenable. I hope you'll forgive my language, but it's as steaming as a Wednesday hatch basket with too much spatting.
Steady now, Penelope. Sorry, Robin, my
crap.
sister's under a lot of pressure. She had to dress herself this morning and she still hasn't quite recovered, Robin.
My goodness, that must have been quite a shock.
She really struggles with ribbons, Robin.
Well, at least you've been rehoused in a nice big house.
Big house? This grubby little gaddis spatch only has one staircase.
And the breakfast room and the dining room in the same bloody place. Imagine that, having all one's grub in one room. One room, Robin.
So what would you say to the people that feel that your family has had it far too easy for far too long, and that these redistributions are both fair and just?
I hardly think we've had it easy for fussle's sake. Only one of our swimming pools was even heated.
But realistically, what can you do?
Well, you've asked the right bloody question, Robin.
Thank you, Wentworth. I wasn't the youngest ever editor of the Swinstead Middle School Inquirer for no reason.
I think our toilet butler was from Swinstead. Dear George. Oh, I wonder what happened to him. I remember! Daddy tried to shoot him in the buttocks and he ran off into the woods. You know, that's probably my last happy memory, Robin.
Tragic, but what can you do?
We will rise and rebel. Yes. We wage war on our revolting rulers with righteous words and rebellious writings. Our best guess in our quest for redress is to divest our breasts and undress bear just protest. Yes.
What the hell is he saying?
Daddy! Daddy! It's Daddy!
News?
Rise your
You are showing some shame.
Well, what did I do wrong? Should I have just kept the camera on them? I guess so. Well, let's give it another try. Let's see how far back we go. Definitely getting more complicated. Because you have to keep the signal up, you have to change between the different cameras. Oh shit.
Still have a free choice for the other two, so read those tape labels carefully, but make sure you play the advance advert, preferably at the second break.
Second break. Joy.
Oh, how's it going with Steve? Why are all men such pricks?
That well,
Apparently he has a complicated relationship with his faith.
No. Sorry,
Okay,
are you
so
saying
back
he
to the
chooses
headlines.
an imaginary friend in the sky over you?
I don't know why I talk to you.
You're probably just a really awful date.
10 seconds, everybody. Like I said, all of you.
Did your personality accidentally slip out?
Pricks.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Uncooperative. A mysterious symbol has appeared overnight on thousands of buildings throughout the capital.
Tonight, in an exclusive live interview with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, I'll be
It's not going to go well, but
mysterious symbol might mean.
After 3 months of record-breaking approval ratings, could this be the daring first move of a silent resistance movement? And what would that mean as we go into the future?
We shall overcome. Trapped in Dante's taint for more than a month now, doctors Ingrid Svorsborg and Horgensvoord
just
and
keep
David
those
Wong
the
announced
same.
today that they're considering 2 possible options.
With 2 of the finest minds in science working together, hopes are still high for the eventual return of the team to dry land.
While both options are still on the table, support seems to be growing for a daring escape attempt. If a group of fungus experts can't fix the most advanced craft ever conceived by man, then who can?
LaBeouf avoided. As the last Mr. Snugglehogs is found and destroyed, we ask, how could we have been so blind?
Fortunately, this station wisely chose not to advertise Mr. Snugglehugs, and the subsequent disappointing
Did we
sales
or did we
turned out
not?
to be a miracle, as only 7 children were horribly injured by the lethal toy. How much worse could it have been? Thankfully,
Oh,
we'll
fuck.
never know.
Julia Salisbury, who mobilised numerous government resources to recall the product immediately after the first blindings, said today that the new advance mark, which must be earned by all new products, will be a 100% ironclad guarantee of safety and quality.
Fallen Angel? Notorious addict Johnny Hamsleeve seems to
And
have
this is the
reached a
one
new
where
low
we-
in his battle with booze, as this recent picture reveals.
Johnny's star certainly lacks
This is more interesting.
with public concern over his mental and physical health growing at an alarming rate.
Since being banned from the national squad earlier this year after urinating on a referee during a friendly against East Grinchey, things seem to have gone from bad to worse for Hamsleeves.
Is his once celebrated role model about to become the bad boy of sports?
And radical ideas. In an attempt to put the Mr. Snugglehugs disaster behind them, Remington's Fist CEO Sophia Remington today announced a surprising new project that already has the markets raising an eyebrow.
Known for taking risks and bold strategies, could the adventurous CEO be leading the business giant down a dark alley or taking it to a new level of success?
We understand the Mobile Orientation Operational Borrowing Service will be a new international travel system based around the construction of a major tunnel through the centre of the Earth. Sophia Remington claims it will
Sophia
be
is a
from one side of the
nutcase.
world to the other the matter of an afternoon. Geologists are concerned about the implications of digging a hole through the planet, while flat earthers claim it should be quite easy.
With that exclusive prime ministerial interview coming up later.
And our very own Patrick Bannon live at the first annual Sports Board final.
You won't want to miss a second of tonight's National Nightly News.
There goes our signal again. Just keeping the green inside the white. Whoa.
But first tonight,
While Advance is certainly proving popular with the majority of the country, who've seen their wealth and standards of living increase considerably, for some, the transition has not been as pleasant.
That's right, Megan. The formerly aristocratic members of our society have had to make major adjustments to come to terms with the new regime.
Robin Short is in suburbia investigating rumours that these previously privileged people may be planning some kind of protest. Robin?
Thanks, Megan. I'm here in moderate Hatchings to talk to Wentworth and Penelope Somerset Bentley.
There goes the signal again.
House you see behind me after Advance passed the Assets and Wealth Act on their first day in office. Tell me, how are you settling into your new lives?
Well, quite frankly, Robin, we're not settling in at all. Our neighbours are whitewatters.
It's simply untenable. I hope you'll forgive my language, but it's as steaming as a Wednesday hatch basket with too much spatting.
Steady now, Penelope. Sorry, Robin, my sister's under a lot of pressure. She had to dress herself this morning and she still hasn't quite recovered, Robin.
My goodness, that must have been quite a shock.
She really struggles with Wibbons, Robin.
Well, at least
What?
you've been rehoused in a nice big
Wibbons?
Big house? This grubby little gaddis spatch only has one staircase.
And the breakfast room and the dining room in the same bloody place. Imagine that. Having all one's grub in one room. One room, Robin.
So what would you say to the people that feel that your family has had it far too easy for far too long, and that these redistributions are both fair and just?
I hardly think we've had it easy for fussle's sake. Only one of our swimming pools was even heated.
But realistically, what can you do?
Well, you've asked the right bloody question, Robin.
Thank you, Wentworth. I wasn't the youngest ever editor of the Swinstead Middle School.
Oh, shit.
I think our toilet butler was from Swinstead. Dear George. Oh, I wonder what happened to him. I remember! Daddy tried to shoot him in the buttocks and he ran off into the woods. No, that's probably my last happy memory, Robin.
Tragic, but what can you do?
We will rise and rebel.
Yes.
We wage war on our revolting rulers with righteous words and rebellious writings. Our best guess in our quest for redress is to divest our breasts and undress bear just protest.
Yes. Daddy! Daddy, it's Daddy!
Oh, please don't do that. We can't show this on the news.
Rise your buggers! Tilly-ho! Tilly! Get the dog!
Tilly's our mummy. She's proper cracked off too.
You are showing some shame.
Free at last!
Show it. Keep showing it.
Glad to meet you. See, the protest has started already. Nice sharp work, boy.
Thanks, Daddy.
He gets that from me, you know.
And forgive me, what are you trying to achieve here?
We just want to be thudding well heard, that's all.
Language, Penelope. We are nude, not rude.
Sorry, Daddy.
We want the world to realise we won't roll over and run away. We will revolt. We will rise again.
Yes, we bloody well will. Sparta,
Oh, shit. Shut up.
Well, Jeremy, Megan.
We need to stay on this, apparently.
It's back here in the studio. I'm Robin Short, struggling surreptitiously in moderate hatchings.
Thanks, Robin. Well, that's certainly a story we want to be keeping an eye on, eh, Megan?
Speak for yourself there, Jeremy, but I've seen enough shaft work to last me a lifetime.
I'm sure you have. Can a naked protest movement ever really catch on? It doesn't seem like the way we do things in this country.
But as I'm sure you're aware, Jeremy, this country is becoming a very different place.
Yes, but seriously, who's going to run around naked in our weather?
Hopefully not you, Jeremy.
Yes, well, there wouldn't be enough canvas for the slogans.
When we come back, our very own Patrick Bannon will be live from the Sports Board Finals. Stick around, you won't want to miss it.
We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back. Oh, sorry,
Who made it to the first commercial? Oh.
She's funny.
Okay, the joy of Scrooge is not what I thought it would be.
I think it's very endearing.
She wants your job.
She's welcome to it. Why is it raining on my desk?
We're getting reports in that naked protesters might try and spoil the sports board final by waving their fleshy bits about. Try and make sure you don't broadcast it. It's 6 p.m. for God's sake. No one wants to see fannies on the news. Bozeman out.
Oh boy. I got a D for that? I did my best. Come on. I think I'm going to fail this part again.
I always say welcome back.
I think we should just keep it as it is.
Well, of course you do. I've got one hack line.
What's that supposed to mean? I didn't write it, Jeremy.
That's all right, fine. Jenny, there's something wrong with the auto-tune.
10 seconds.
I just felt a drip again. Have they not fixed this?
Want to see us fry? Good for the ratings.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Coming up later, we'll be speaking to the Prime Minister about their exciting new healthcare facilities, transition centres.
Nice to see they care.
You're absolutely right,
Nice to see
Jeremy.
they care.
But first, we're going now to our own Patrick Bannon, who's reporting live from the finals of the new game that's gripping the nation, Sports Board. Patrick?
That's right, Megan. You join me live here from the final of the first annual Sports Board Championship. It's been a hotly contested competition so far. I think it's fair to say these two have been dancing around each other all season. First up, we have Eddie Striker. She's the more experienced of our two players today. Striker has got an accuracy of 7, a danger rating of K, and a 12-month driving ban. Striker's known for her signature
sorry.
Orangi hamster. And facing her tonight, hoping to prove himself with a career record of 12 outs, 14 finishes, and a divorce pending. It's Mr. Wingspan himself, Tommy, the fingernail Harris. Just waiting on the ref now. The slapping ceremony is taking part. Still going on. Striker, of course, first to start as she won the trivia round earlier on by some margin. Harris, perhaps the brawn and not the brains. Stupid. Eddie Striker. Nice start there from Striker. She's determined not to let the nerves show. Not after last time. On to Mr. Harris now. Tommy. Using his arm to pick up the ball. Not a bad shot there from Harris. Back to Striker for shot number 3. All right. She's gone to sort of throwing under her legs. Not bad if you ask me. Bit of business with the ref, but it got sorted out. Back to Harris now. A ball in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. I'd say that's fair, but what do I know? Oh no, and Harris is not going to be happy with that. So it's really not a good start for Tommy Harris in round 1. We can only hope that round 2 treats him a bit better. But first, of course, after the argument with the ref section, it's time to change it. Now we have the ceremonial changing of the ends. And of course, now they go back to the starting positions, as that makes sense. Striker giving it large. We're into round 2 now with Harris. Okay, you seem to have some sort of streak on the pitch. Probably not you broadcast any of that stuff. She appears to have slogans across her breasts and arms. Try and ignore all of that security. I'm sure we're going to take them out as soon as possible. Apologise if we broadcast any of that. As I said, we're going to get the situation resolved as soon as possible. They're trying to carry on play, but it's moving a bit difficult. I'm struggling to follow. Because it's quite an eyesore, and women's bodies is quite... All right, great. Okay, so back into round 2 now, and Harris absolutely determined to close that massive gap. Eddie Striker. No, it's just some of the tightest play I've seen ever. Harris. And was that offensive thumb screw? We haven't seen that since the heat. What a brilliant move. Back to Striker. And we know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. That is, of course, the ground sound. Excellent bit of play here on both sides of the bucket. I don't know about you at home, but I'm finding the technical mastery of this play here absolutely blooming jaw-dropping. The ref has spotted something in Harris's neck or head. And Harris is having an absolute shocker. What a miserable start for Tommy Harris. But he is a late bloomer, of course, I've always said that. And after all, it is a game of 2 halves, 4 rounds and several subgenres. But now, of course, it's time for the half-time show. Sponsored by Remington's Fist. Sponsored by Remington's Fist. Nice piece of music here to start the half-time show. Okay, another posh protester loose on the court here. We don't apologise for that. We'll do our best to shield you from having to look directly at
Oops.
him. Is running around here with his genitals on display for all to see. And ruining what was shaping up to be quite the dancing scene. Now he's thrusting himself in Harris's face. Security's on it. And the bucket's been knocked over! I cannot stand it when the bucket gets knocked over. Hopefully he'll get taken out now.
Oh. No.
And out of there. Hopefully taken away, never to be seen again. And a lovely finish there on both sides of the bucket. I wouldn't like to call that one. And as we head into round 3, I'd love to know what's going on in these 10 players' heads. But unfortunately, because of science, we can't. Not bad. Well, that ball boy's giving me the eye all day. Striker there, not a great start. She looks a bit flustered, I think, after all that swinging around. Back to Harris here. God, what I wouldn't give to be that ball, am I right, ladies? Tommy Harris. And it dribbled down his arm, which is actually a really good move, because of course if it dribbles down his arm and goes on the floor, it's not going in the bucket. Back to Striker. And Striker's gone for the animal bonus there, but of course perhaps... And yes, Harris has counted with a tiny bell. That is wonderful play. Of course we've seen that before. Look at her face. She is absolutely gutted. What a mug. That could have been the clincher. What a massive shame. Harris to serve now. Harris, of course, undefeated by Kestrel in his last 4 battles. Here we go. Tommy Harris. That's all right. Not bad there. He threw it quite far away from him, which is quite a good idea. Very clever there. Perhaps a little contact. Caution from the referee. Who's being, if you ask me, a little bit harsh. Ellie Striker. And she's let the nerves get to her. What the hell was that? You hate to see it, don't you? You cannot believe it. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, like, I mean, this is a mess now. I don't know what I'm going to be doing about this. I mean, it's sort of breast and genitals full to see. I mean, there's only so much you can do. They're sort of everywhere, aren't they? I'll try and carry on. The players are trying to carry on, but of course it's difficult because these protesters are hoping to get them taken off so we can carry on with that. What's going on here? Yes. Yes, very good. Take them away. Bloody wasters. Absolute wasters. Jog on! It's an absolute bloody... Okay, and now we're going to go into the final round. And of course, as it's a Tuesday, the final round is a mime round. Who could believe it? Nice imaginary shot there from Harris. It really could go in at this point. A really high-level play here from 2 absolute juggernauts of the sport. The bucket getting moved back to its proper place. About time, if you ask me. She's juggling it around from her hands. And she's put it in her mouth like as if it was an egg. And now she's spat it out. She did the egg spit. So a wonderful move there, quite late on, from Striker. But she's in it to win it. On it, like a carp on it. Tommy Harris here, having a bit of beef. And he's peeling it as if it were a banana, which is an interesting move. Not sure if he hasn't had his potassium or what's going on today with him. And he's throwing it, and the banana was the ball! What a fantastic move there from Harris. Unfortunately, that is the end. What a pathetic, there we go, Jeremy, that is over. How can he look his 8-year-old son in the face tonight? What a lump. We just have to wait for the referee now to announce it to make sure it is all official. In, please. And the
winner of the first annual Sports Board Championship is everyone!
Okay, the ref has decreed once again a win for everyone, including me as my 15th win in Sports Board Championship. I'm going to be celebrating tonight with my wife and children. Another wonderful victory for me. Here come the onside security to collect their medals. They're 6th and 7th.
Oh shit, what's going on now?
Thanks again for watching the Sports Board Championships. What more is there to say?
My feed sport is on fire.
And all I always have to say, Jeremy, is back to you in the studio.
Patrick Bannon there had an extraordinary fight.
Historic sports board, Jeremy.
I didn't know you were a fan.
Yeah, I can wrench a doubler with the best of them, I'll have you know.
I certainly wouldn't bet against you.
When we come back, I'll be talking live with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, who apparently have a big announcement you wouldn't want to miss.
That's coming up after these messages.
1 minute back.
Fucking microphone struck me.
What?
Fucking microphone just struck me. Where's that sound guy?
Everything okay?
Nope.
Mike's just trying to kill us now, apparently.
You'll be fine. You're unshockable.
I'm immune to your cheap flattery.
I'm wearing you down.
Is that a bowl of water?
Just heard from the chaps in maintenance that this storm is causing the odd power surge, so your controls might be a bit dangerous. Now I know you're tough and you can take the odd shock for the sake of a perfect news broadcast, but too many in quick succession can stop the old ticker. I'm sure you'll make the right decisions.
So sorry about all these buckets. We seem
Oh,
to
dear
have sprung a
God.
leak. Well, several, actually.
You're going to need a whole new lining up there. Triple signature.
We'll look into it.
That's good to see you again.
Miss Wolf, your star seems to be in the ascendant.
It's a great time to be alive.
Too bloody right, Peter Clement.
Megan Wolf.
That's a firm handshake you've got there.
She's tougher than she looks. Am I here?
Here, with Mr. Clement on your left.
Right you are, Pet.
Carried out efficiently and compassionately.
Is your seat?
10 seconds, everybody.
No, mine's fine. Have you had a little accident?
She's a cow.
Oh dear God.
4, 3.
Welcome back. I am delighted to be joined by Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. Welcome to the National Nightly News, Prime Ministers.
Oh, please, it's just Julia and
Ow!
We don't need much in titles, it doesn't.
Ow!
We're delighted to be here.
Well, firstly, I should ask how you feel about the graffiti that's been springing up across the capital. Should we be worried?
Oh, no, you definitely
Shit.
shouldn't be worried.
Well, not unless you've got a fatal paint allergy.
But yes, it does seem that there are still some people we haven't been able to help.
You know, whingers most, you know.
People who yet benefit from the many advantages of the new future.
And you know, Megan, as my old mum used to say, there are some pissants who just don't know how to be happy.
We're working hard to reach these people, find out what they're angry about and how we can help. The door to my government is always open.
So much dripping on it.
Always open. But we didn't come here to talk about what may yet turn out to be some alternative arts project.
Which we no doubt will have funded.
When we want to talk to the nation about something far more exciting.
Yes, your office briefed us
Oh,
that you
shit.
have an announcement to make, but they were being surprisingly secretive about it.
Let me ask you a question, Megan.
Hey, it's not usually how it works, but...
What scares you? I mean, really scares you. I mean, really scares you.
It's death, Pet. It's talking about death.
We're all afraid of our deaths. It's part of being human.
Sorry, are you saying that advance have cured death?
But while we may not have cured death, we hope we found a way to make it much less scary.
And much less painful and much less expensive. Look, which is me closest, Captain? Which is me closest, Captain? When I was 13, my mum came and got me from school. He had to go to the hospital. My granddad, he'd collapsed that morning. So we'd all to say our goodbyes. And I went in to see him. He were all frail, pale. I was scared because I'd only seen him the week before, and he'd been fit as fiddle. And he said to me, Peter, he said, it's the right time. I don't ever want to be a burden to the people I love.
Was that the last time you saw him?
Nope. 3 days later, we were back home. He lived with us for 9 miserable years after that. He had to be fed with a rubber spoon. He had a commode, so he'd just take a shit right there in the lounge while we were watching football. He wouldn't even wait till half time. Oh, it was awful. Awful for us. And this is the point. It were awful for him. They could see it was destroying me, man, watching him slowly fade away. And he would beg her to turn off his breathing equipment at night, but she couldn't. Or she wouldn't. It were a crime, you see. And she didn't want to lose the children.
No family should have to suffer like Peter's did. And now no family will have to. The health service is today opening the first of 300 new transition centres.
The transition centres will handle everything for your last days. The legal, financial, medical and emotional costs are all catered for and paid for by the government. So even the poorest citizen gets to pass on with dignity when they choose.
And that choice is important. This is a service only for people who choose it. People who feel they run their course and don't want to burden themselves or their families with a slow, long, humiliating decline into an
Are you okay?
I don't know.
Oh.
We're still on the air, Peter.
Yes, sorry, my apologies.
Are you not worried that this new system might be...
Just when you think you have the buttons down, he starts cussing in storm mode.
Sorry, I've got sacked again. Can I get a little bit of help? Please.
That the older generation might feel somewhat...
Jesus, I know your face. That one was massive. Right, no. Bastards, coming off. No.
Sorry, that the older generation might feel somewhat...
Ow!
Coerced into spending their final days eating gourmet food and drinking fine wine and luxury spas and gardens.
Look, I am perfectly capable of with a rutting twat.
Prime Minister, please watch your language.
Go get yourself sorted out.
Right.
We're launching a government information film tonight. It should tell your viewers everything they need to know.
You really do move at a breathless pace. It's hard to believe you've yet paid off this year.
We're only getting started.
And on that note, thank you both so much for being here.
Yes, that's all we have time for tonight. Thank yous go out to our guests. Congratulations to all the winners at the Sports Board final. And we'll see you tomorrow night at the same time. My name's Jeremy Donaldson. If you can, have a peaceful night.
And we're out. Good job, everybody.
Only got shocked like 5 or 6 times.
I don't suppose there's any way this could be a good thing.
It's for my nephew, so we transitioned the moment I stopped the leak.
That's a D. That's not good. I thought I was doing good with that last one. Uh-oh. It's the amount of times that I got shocked that's not going well. Ugh. It's slowly getting worse. B, C, and D. Oh, God.
We join Jeremy and the team. There's just time for a brief look
I'm
at
curious
what's
because
coming
I
up
thought
later
it was
tonight
doing pretty
on
well
Channel
with that
1.
last.
At 6:30, it's a brief history of Sports Board, where Patrick Bannon will be taking a look at the surprising rise of this spectacularly popular new sport.
And that was the headlines. That was the streakers. Or the people who had their stuff written on there. It wasn't that bad. If I understood the sport more, I probably could have done anything better. Of course, there's nothing to understand about the sport. Okay.
I'll be talking live with Prime Minister.
Oh, that's why I wanted to show it as a second commercial. A good intro to the piece that was coming up.
Welcome back. I am.
New future. And you know, benefit from the many advantages of the new future.
As my old mum used to say, there are some who just don't know how to be happy. We're working hard to reach these people, find out what they're angry about and how we can help. The door to my government is always open. Someone's dripping on me. But we didn't come here to talk about what may yet turn out to be some alternative arts project, which we no doubt will have funded. And we want to talk to the nation about something far more exciting. Yes, your office briefed us that you have an announcement to make, but I've been surprisingly secretive about it. Let me ask you a question, Megan. Okay, it's not usually how it works. What scares you? I mean, really scares you? It's death, but she's talking about death. We're all afraid of our deaths. It's part of being human. Sorry, are you saying that advance have cured death? Yeah, that's definitely a drop there. That's why we may not have cured death. We hope we found a way to make it much less scary and much less painful and much less expensive. Look, which is me close up camera. When I was 13, my nan came and got me from school. He had to go to the hospital. My granddad, he'd collapsed that morning, so we'd all to say our goodbyes. And I went in to see him. We were all frail and pale. And I was scared because I'd only seen him the week before, and he'd been fit as fiddle. And he said to me, Peter, he said, it's the right time. I don't ever want to be a burden to the people I love. Was that the last time you saw him? Nope, 3 days later we were back home. He lived with us for 9 miserable years after that. He had to be fed with a rubber spoon. He had a commode, so he'd just take a shit right there in the lounge while we were watching football. He wouldn't even wait till half time. That sounds awful. It was awful. It was awful for us, and this is the point. It were awful for him. I could see it was destroying me, man, watching him slowly fade away, and he would beg her to turn off his breathing equipment now, but she couldn't. Oh, she wouldn't. It were a crime, you see. And she didn't want to lose the children, as well as her old man. No family should have to suffer like Peter's did. And now no family will have to. The health service is today opening the first of 300 new transition centres. The transition centres will handle everything for your last days. The legal, financial, medical and emotional costs are all catered for and paid for by the government. So even the poorest citizen gets to pass on with dignity when they choose. And that choice is important.
I thought this was going pretty well. I don't know why I got an E for that. Too long? Oh, maybe that. Well, that was fairly well. I disagree with getting an E for that, but oh well. Do we want to look at the rushes? I'm kind of curious what was going on at the sports board. Oh, come on, load faster. This is a funny game. It's a little taxing when you have to do the different things together, but just the story is fun.
That's what it says.
Yes, I understand that, but I always say welcome back.
I think we should just keep it as it is.
So this is the whole intro.
As if we broadcast any of that. Okay, we seem to have some sort of streaker on the pitch. Apologise if we broadcast any of that stuff. She appears to have slogans across her breasts and arse. Try and ignore all of that. Security, I'm sure we're going to take them out as soon as possible. Apologise if we broadcast any of that. As I said, we're going to get the situation resolved as soon as possible. They're trying to carry on play, but it's proving very difficult, and I'm struggling to follow because it's quite an eyesore. And women's body, yeah. All right, great. Okay, so back into round 2 now, and Harry's absolutely.
It's pretty difficult to get the right camera.
Our best to shield you from having to look directly at it is running around here with his genitals on display for all to see and ruining what was shaping up to be quite a penalty, to be fair. Now he's thrusting himself in Harris's face, security's on it, and the bucket has been knocked over! I cannot stand it when the bucket gets knocked over. Hopefully he'll get taken out now.
A little red flag in front of his genitals.
Flying around for all to see. Really, if you ask me, not Sunday morning television. And out of there, hopefully taken away, never to be seen again.
It's hilarious. Alright. Let's continue. So the value of the company. We were part of the pleasure and joy group, I think. So anything that benefits that will be good. The lockdown? Okay.
Alex, oh thank God you're alive. It's Jenny, the floor manager.
Got shocked a little.
Alex, you need to get it together. Look at the broadcast screen. Just look at it. That's all we've been putting out since you went down. You have to fix it, now. Look left, Alex, out the window. See? They're all over it.
What the fuck are that? Napping?
Look, there's a lone one climbing now. Zap it off before it starts to mess up the signal again. Great. That seems to be the last of them. For now. Right. We're about a minute out. Get the adverts loaded up. I've got to deal with my pet idiot. And Alex, keep your ears open. You'll hear them climbing up the tower. Don't let them build up.
We'll be going live to the national nightly news. But before that, let's take a look at what's coming up later on.
This has no credibility, Jenny. No professionalism. It's not a mess. Everything is where it should be. It's ramshackle and characterful, and I expect you to know the difference.
Oh, lockdown. They're all at their own place.
Thanks, Jenny. How's lock-in with the boyfriend going?
Decided to take his chances on the wild streets, eh? Rather than endure another romantic comedy.
Jeremy, Jenny says your hair looks stupid.
Yes, I can hear her.
She says she's not talking to you.
Yes, I know, I can hear her.
Shall I count us in?
Make it so.
Okay, 10 seconds. Break a leg, everyone.
Preferably a furry one.
What?
5, 4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Oops.
Snugglefucked? It's been almost 5 weeks since all the Mrs. Snugglehugs toys woke up simultaneously in factories worldwide and began searching for their husbands. The Mr. Snugglehugs we had so short-sightedly destroyed. And now, as this photograph suggests, they may be changing tactics.
Built to surprisingly traditional gender stereotypes, the Mrs. Snugglehugs have been arming themselves with a variety of household implements. All the more reason to make sure that cat flap is taped up good and tight.
This frightening new development means that even those previously thought to be relatively safe, like the young and fit, must take care to watch their backs and keep their ears open for the soft steps of sinister feet.
Going stir crazy? With no signs of Mrs. Snugglehug's batteries running out and the government lockdown now in its 31st day, domestic relationships across the country are taking some unexpected turns.
Dramatic reports are beginning to emerge of uncharacteristically bold behaviour in homes across the country. And we're not talking about the model planes that occupy so much time in the Donaldson household.
With dating options limited, many house sharers, in particular students, are finding solace in co-tenants they'd previously rejected as unfuckable, indulging in an activity that has become known as snuggle tugging.
Old dogs, new tricks. Bad boy celibacy Johnny Handsleeves announced today that he just can't wait until this lockdown's over so he can start his new career.
It is, of course, up to each of us to choose how we spend this brief spell of collective unconsciousness. But if this photograph, sent by the man himself, is anything to go by, Johnny seems to be making some interesting decisions with regard to his time at home.
Making his announcement by drunkenly shouting at his neighbours from the steps of his capital accommodation, Johnny was heard to repeatedly yell, "I'm gonna open a fucking florist," before failing to get back inside his house and slipping it off over a low hedge. I'll take a dozen roses, Johnny.
The shape of things to come? In their own version of a lockdown for more than 45 years now, the descendants of Doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sporsborgen Horgensvoord and their unfortunate team today managed to get a personal statement to the surface using flagellized imaging equipment.
Many of the Sporsborgen Horgensbrood, as they've come to be known, have certainly captured the public imagination, with a recent vote naming Helvetica Sporsborgen Wongensvoord the most likely to survive a massive electric shock.
Greeting from Dante's Tate, or as we say down here in the family, many mushrooms to you. I don't know what a Mrs. Pluckless Plug is, but they sound like they're causing you guys real problems. We've been trapped down here for 8,961 days now, and all I can say is I sure am glad Mum and Dad chose not to get on that escape craft. They grew me and the rest of the family. We've been getting on famously, and sometimes Mum stops crying for upwards of 20 minutes. Also, it turns out, at push, you can eat flards, if you can handle the stomach cramps and the amnesia. Greetings from Dante's Tate, or as we say down here in the family, many mushrooms to you.
It's hard to believe they've been down there so long now.
But everyone knows time moves differently underwater, Jeremy. That's why baths take so long.
That's right. And as anyone will tell you, the deeper the bath,
the quicker the relativistic forces of temporal causality will have a measurable effect upon the fixed dimensional parameters of your environment.
Yes, I've said that many times.
Papers, please. With the lockdown becoming ever more rigorously enforced, having a passport is becoming increasingly important, Alex.
The government caused controversy today by announcing a fresh charge of passport fraud with an imaginative form of punishment for those found guilty of this brand new but incredibly serious crime.
The international community have been critical of Advance's decision to begin branding those found to be abetting passport fraudsters. The red hot metal may seem painful, but I'm told it's actually preferable to most music currently in the charts.
And Advance speaks out, with the snuggle struggle proving a test to governments around the world. Advance HQ released a curious statement this afternoon.
In the accompanying release, they asked us to stress that they have been listening and that this should be taken as a response to how the people really feel.
We've certainly done our bit on this show to contribute to the political climate. But let's not forget, how we behave in our home lives is what really matters.
Let's hope it's not just me who filled out that questionnaire, Jeremy, or we're all in trouble.
Let's play that statement.
Good evening. In these difficult times, it's important that we all feel united, that we're all in this together. And for a short time, we must bear significant change. To help myself come to terms with these tough but transitory times, I've written a list of things that are just as temporary as all of this discomfort. I thought it would be helpful to share my list with all of you. Christmas with the in-laws. Your child's school play. Youth. Beauty. That phase you still don't talk about. Your New Year's resolution. Your husband's hairline. Your waistline. Your term in office. Your fleeting lifetime. And all of human endeavour. I hope my relatable list has allowed you to find reassurance. To know that just as these things pass us by, so too will this crisis. Together we will endure, as we always have. Thank you.
Ridiculous stuff.
Later tonight, Jeremy will be probing heartthrob reporter Patrick Bannon, while I take a deep dive into some controversial opinions with two familiar faces.
And then, in our third segment, and presumably because our editor is also working from home, there's going to be a bloody quiz.
I can't wait.
Don't do that.
And in a moment, Jeremy Grumpelson and I will be asking controversial CEO Sophia Remington where it all went wrong.
And psychic scientist Dr. Delia Lywell will be joining us, presumably to provide a bit of false hope.
Maybe she'll tell you how you're going to die, Jeremy.
Too late. I'm certain it happened months ago.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News.
Oh, fuck.
First tonight, how do we get here? Where are we going? And most importantly, who's to blame?
Joining us from her villa on the island of San Palmerino is CEO and socialite Sophia Remington.
Thank you for having me, Megan. I am loving your hairdo, babe.
And from her crystal healing laboratory in what I assume is a garage in Lower Uppington, Doctor, it says here, Delia Lywell.
Thank you for inviting us on your show.
Us?
Don't. Miss Remington, your toys are rampaging across the developed world, your company is worth less than my annual salary, and your country's president recently called you a national disgrace. Have you taken your eye off the ball?
Oh, honey, you're so cute when you're angry. The thing with you folks over there is you have an island mentality. You can't see the bigger picture.
So, what is the bigger picture?
The bigger picture is lithium batteries. Our toys have been running for upwards of 71 days now with no signs of them slowing down whatsoever. Imagine what that means for the future.
It means we don't know when the hell this lockdown's going to end, doesn't it? You don't seriously believe Remington's fist can survive this?
Lithium batteries are gonna change everything, tiny ogre. They're gonna power our new transport system, make technology portable. Hell, they might even take us into space.
How can he make them with everyone at home?
Oh, don't you worry about that. Thanks to the work of thousands of tiny hands, they're already pouring off the production line.
Oh shit, that was that.
Good for Remington's fist.
But surely you have no future.
Excuse me, hello, yes, if we might. This is our area of expertise.
What, multinational economics?
The future, Mr. Donaldson, to which we are all connected.
Yeah, okay, I'll bite. Why not? There's clearly nothing better to do. So, what is your scientific process telling you about the future of Sophia Remington, Doctor?
We see her on a balcony. Foreign soil, but not foreign land. An age will pass.
Fascinating.
Wasn't it just?
Delia, you are amazing. We have to fly you out here to the island to do that for my guests. They're gonna love you.
Unfortunately, all flights are grounded because of your tiny, deadly stowaways.
Not all flights, honey. Dee, call me. And you, Maggie. The more the merrier. Bring your swimwear.
Miss Remington, you seem completely ignorant to the seriousness of the situation. Do you take any responsibility at all for the global crisis?
Careful! It's a trap.
It's not a trap. Why are you helping her?
She seems fun.
You bet your ass I'm fun.
Please answer my question, Miss Remington.
Listen, are lithium batteries the most incredible invention the world has ever seen? Probably yes. But, in fact, who am I kidding? It is definitely yes. But will they last forever? One day, all the Mrs. Snugglehugs will just stop. It'll be like a miracle. And then we can all go back to the grand tradition of buying products together. Because I really don't mind telling you this, it is really hitting our bottom line. Except for sponges. We seem to be selling an ass load of them.
Dr. Lywell, do you have an indication of when or how this might end?
Well, it's not an exact science.
Not even a real one.
But our senses tell us that there will come a day when there will be clouds in the sky, the grass will be rich and verdant, and the birds will sing at dawn, and that shall be the day when we walk forth again.
I find that strangely comforting.
That could literally be any day.
Well, let's hope it's soon.
Clouds, grass, and birds. That's literally every day.
Let's hope it's not too soon. I'm kind of hoping we can make it to the 100 days. It sounds good on a commercial.
Oh shit.
Besides, if it lifts now, the children will have to go back to working normal hours.
Well, let us ask the eminent professors for 100 then.
No, let's not, eh?
I'll drink to that. Stay strong and party on.
Sophia Rimington, Dr. Delia Lywell, thank you for joining us.
When we come back, we'll be reaching out around the country to see what's really happening out there.
Don't go away. We'll be back after these sandwiches.
Well, she's a Hindenburg-sized fuck-up.
She's just fun at a social level.
I wouldn't want to be on her board.
Christ, no. She's going to drive that company into the fucking ground.
Hello, mate. It's Dave. You're not going to believe this, but I've decided to come home. Listen, I'll call you back at the next break and we can talk about how I get me job back.
Oh, really?
Cheers, Alex. See you, mate.
Just now I'm getting the hang of it.
Yeah, well, it's been a long time coming. Oh, exactly. You said it, I've said it. He must know. He's not stupid.
Oh, those are the...
I just don't want it getting back to him that it came from us. Hey, no, Jenny. You're not backing out on me now. We're in this together. It's coming up. You're getting it. I've made the cake. You're on the balloons. Got no idea how old he is. 40? 17? Yeah, ready. Okay, coming back. In 5, 4, 3... Welcome back to the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Roof. Now it's time to take a trip around the country to hear how the lockdown might impact the nation from some friendly faces. Joining me are respected academic Katie Brightman and author of Alan James's Kites, Alan James. Thank you for joining me.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me, Megan.
Thanks, Megan. It really is a pleasure, Katie. I enjoyed our little heated encounter.
I wish I could say the same.
So first off, Katie, how are you coping?
I'm holding up okay. The lockdown directive was so sudden that, like many people, I haven't been able to get home.
Oh no, what happened?
I was staying at a hotel after an international policy convention, and we had a particularly heavy night out. You know what economists are like.
Notoriously hate splitting the bill.
And I overslept, and as you can imagine, I've been here ever since. But there are certainly people much worse off than me.
Exactly. My tour has been cancelled indefinitely, and I've had to refund every single ticket, even the cheap seats.
Oh, Alan, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah. People are being quite rude about it. They don't seem to realise I've already spent it filling the beach house with beef.
The crisis claims yet another victim.
So, this is just a reminder that my book, Alan James's Reich, is now available in paperback.
Unbelievable.
What was that?
You're unbelievable.
So, Katie, how do you think this might affect the economy? Should we be worried?
Very, Megan. Not to sound dramatic, but this could be catastrophic. Unemployment has skyrocketed, and frankly, it will be a miracle if a lot of businesses can survive this.
There you go, scaremongering again, spreading this latest liberal hoax. That's what they want. They want us quiet. Shh. They want us compliant. And they want us inside.
A hoax? How on earth can you say that, Alan?
Well, I haven't actually seen one of these supposed toys. Have you?
Well, no, but...
Did you know 3,000 people die every year from regular toys? That's a lot of people. And this is no different. You're just as likely to be hunted down by a yo-yo or a tennis racket.
He makes an excellent and persuasive point, Katie.
Don't listen to her, Katie. The press are the enemy of truth.
She's agreeing with you, Alan, you absolute shit!
Are you now recanting your statement that these
Oh
toys
shit,
are
he said shit.
dangerous?
People are saying they're just like normal toys, and that simply isn't true. Corrupt media lies.
And Katie, how do you respond to Alan's claims that Mrs. Snugglehugs might be dangerous after all?
I suppose I... I guess I'm agreeing with him.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate your support. A lot of folks are saying this Mrs. Snugglehug situation will all blow over, but it won't.
Yes, right, exactly. We need decisive action from the government. We need huge financial support to protect our workers and our businesses. We need to support the vulnerable, and we need
to repent. Exactly right, Katie. We brought it on ourselves with all our liberal indulgences like art, cake, and healthcare. We need to act now and begin sacrificing our firstborns, or to push a beloved family pet.
Absolutely, Alan. If we can all successfully come together as a community and perform the ritual, hopefully we will appease the great ancient. Katie, could it be any worse?
Luckily, over the past few years under Advance, they've invested heavily into health, so the system can actually bear the strain.
Is it lucky that the Llama Lords have unleashed a horde of man-made monsters on its own people to conceal the enemy within?
Will you just stop for 5 fucking seconds?
The Global Alliance of Fish People
Oh,
are
shit.
amassing an army. Amassing an army to kidnap us.
That's you. That's what you sound like.
I don't sound like that.
Yes, you do.
You do, Alan. You do sound like that.
And that's why no one wants to be your friend.
I've got loads of friends.
No, you haven't.
I don't think you do, Alan.
Yeah, stop lying, Alan.
Not lying. You are.
Oh, good one.
Well, I'm telling.
Alan James, Katie Brightman, thank you for joining me. Two of the territory's leading minds. Any moment now, I'll be heading over to Jeremy, who is going to be bringing us an up-to-the-minute report of the status of the nation. Over to you, Jeremy.
Thank you for what I'm sure was a reasonable debate which really contributed to the national conversation. Next, out on the streets, someone who's always doing exactly that. It's Patrick Bannon. Are you there, Patrick?
Hello, Jeremy. Yes, hello. I'm here live. Apologies.
That is not on the street.
Broadcast today. Couldn't find any cameramen or women brave enough to come and join me, so I'm out here on my own.
Right, and can you tell us what it's like out there?
Yep, I can. It's as you can see behind me, the streets are currently completely deserted. But my question, Jeremy, is just how long? I mean, could there be danger lurking just around the corner, waiting to end the fledgling career of this young, promising journalist before his full potential is even realised? Will he die, underappreciated by management, and frankly, if you ask me, very, very much underpaid?
I don't think there's any danger of that, Patrick. What's that on your jacket there?
Oh, that's actually a sponge. What I've done here is made a snuggle-proof jacket, Jeremy. The network didn't bother sending me any PPE, so I've been forced to improvise. In fact, showing for this would make me an ideal candidate for, I don't know, for example, an anchor position starting whenever they'd like.
From your point of view, Patrick, just how safe are our streets?
Not safe at all, Jeremy, not safe at all. I'd recommend people staying inside, following government advice, and not putting themselves at any risk at all. Unless, of course, like me, it's for groundbreaking journalism reasons.
Mm-hmm. And just where are you, Patrick?
I'm in the street, on the street.
Which street?
I think I'm struggling to hear you, actually, Jeremy, there.
Which street? Which street are you on?
Oh, which street am I on? Oh, God. I'm just looking for a sign. There it is. I'm on Bannon Avenue.
Bannon Avenue?
Yep.
Bannon Avenue.
Yeah, no, I can hear you fine. Yep, I'm on Bannon Avenue on the sign, it says there.
Like Patrick Bannon?
Oh, yeah, that is like, that's strange, that's a weird sign. I don't know what's going on there.
Where are you really?
I'm on Bannon. Alright, fine, I'm not on Bannon Avenue, I'm at home, to be honest. Alright, fine. Well, I'm in my bathroom, technically, but, you know, I couldn't face it, to be honest, mate. It's, you know, it's terrible out there. I don't want to go outside. They're everywhere. I'm sorry for lying.
We don't expect any less of you, Patrick.
You hear that sound? What the hell's that?
I can, yes. I'm no expert, Patrick, but it sounds unmistakably like a tiny fist tapping on your door there.
Oh, fuck, it does. Oh, fuck, Jeremy, shit, no! Oh, bollocks.
Perhaps there's a small queue of tiny fists, each wielding a different gendered household implement, ready to bash in the heads of lying little roving reporters.
But you're lying, aren't you? Oh, shit, fucking, listen to me, you bastards! If you're out there, just piss off, you little fucking snuggle fuck! I'm too talented to die! Oh, what the hell? Okay, it's fine. Oh, God.
Don't worry, Patrick. I'd say you've got a few seconds before they break their way in there and finish you off. What do you see, Patrick? Thank you, Patrick, for that report, showing the nation, and more importantly, management, just where you belong. It's time for another break, but when we come back, we'll be the world for a little while, and who knows, maybe even bring you a few smiles. Join us after this. You're damn right. Yeah, I had them delivered. Yes, to Bannon Avenue.
Your children are out.
Dave here. I've run into a few problems getting back. Although not as bad as yours. It looks like you've got one loose in the studio. Whack it on
What?
the head if it gives you any trouble. It's pretty bad here too, mate. They've got on board. Captain's down. Worse.
Except for the sun.
down and we're out of rum. Not sure I'm going to make it to sobriety or dry land. If I had a missus, I'd ask you to tell her that I love her, but to be honest, I've kind of pissed my life away, mate. Still, at least I'm outdoors, eh?
Or abandon them to a life
So he's not coming back. And I got something loose in the studio.
on the streets. So you sent them to fly with us instead.
Oh, that's how
No,
that
I'm
famous.
not. I'm not going to. I don't have to. No, you're being a child. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. No? No? Oh, 5, 4, 3. Welcome back to the National Nightly. Well, welcome back anyway. We know isolation isn't easy, so finally tonight,
Now I
we have
got the
something
whack.
different for you. Even though some people felt it's not our job to entertain the public with absolute nonsense, other, more important people overruled those people. So it's time to find out who will National Nightly win and who will National Nightly lose. So, how do we play? Well, joining me is a man who knows all about playing. It's Tommy Harris. Hello, Tommy.
All right, Johnny. It's good to see ya.
Jesus.
And how are you finding the lockdown, Tommy?
What do you mean lockdown?
The enforced isolation of everyone in the country.
Ah, yeah. I think I heard about that, actually, yeah.
You're in bed, Tommy.
Yeah, you called during nap time, so...
Of course, that's my fault. So, why don't you tell us how the game is played?
Well, it's pretty simple, Jeremy, you sausage. I'm going to ask contestants from around the territory 3 questions about what else, yours truly. And those people are going to get a chance to win a very special prize.
Tommy?
Drum roll. Jeremy. Thank you.
What the hell? Oh fuck, he's on the phone. What the hell? The power go up?
So,
Oh, well then, what a fantastic prize.
have we got anybody waiting to win this once-in-a-lifetime prize, Jimmy?
I believe we have Angie on the line. How do you feel about winning this man's old pants, Angie?
I've never been so excited, Jeremy. And can I just say, I love
you.
Oh, Angie, I love you. In a way. Tell us about yourself,
Always has been. I'm a human woman, and my dental hygiene has been described as acceptable.
Brilliant! Right, well, shall we get this shambles underway?
Absolutely, John. Can I get 30 seconds on the clock, please?
We haven't got a clock.
Yeah, I did ask for a clock. So,
Well, why don't you start, and I'll stop you when it inevitably becomes unbearable to watch.
I love it. All right, here we go. Time starts now. Question 1. When is my birthday?
The 13th of August at 7:19 a.m.
That is absolutely correct. Question 2. What? I said, what is my favourite colour?
Crushed praline 4.
Correct, the colour of my nipples. And finally, Angie dear, what is my star sign?
That's a trick question. You were born outside of the human understanding of the cosmos.
Unbelievable, that is correct. Stop the clock.
Wow, that really was tough to watch. How did you do, Tommy?
Well, Angie, my love, you got every single question right. Which of course means you lose and win absolutely nothing. Thanks for playing, Angie. Bye. Do we have another contestant on the line at Jelly Bean?
We do indeed. We should have Sonia Artleach. Are you there, Sonia?
Of course I am, Jamie, darling.
Thank you for being here, Sonia.
Oh, there you are, Tommy. Mwah.
Let me guess, you work in theatre, don't you?
Is it that obvious? What gave it away? Was it the glamour or poise?
It certainly wasn't your inherent sense of humility.
Damn it.
About yourself, Sonia.
Oh, well, if you must play this game. I am a theatrical agent. I represent the likes of Rudy Beefman, Samuel Coffee Cup, and Jodie Carpetburn, among...
And how's the lockdown affected you, Sonia?
Well, they may have closed the theatres, shut the studios, and boarded the cinemas, but they won't get me that easily.
How are you managing without any work?
Due to a savvy clause in all of my artist contracts, I am able to claim my 15% from their unemployment benefit.
Wow, that certainly is sharp.
Standard stuff, standard stuff.
And can I ask, where are you speaking to us from?
Well, I work from home, you know, to keep costs down.
And who's this?
Oh, well, you know, when they gave the order, I was actually mid-meeting with a client, so we've been isolated together.
No fucking way!
What the fucking fuck?
Is that Tommy Harris? I'm a huge fan. Can I just tell you how bloody brilliant you are?
Actually, Jeff, we're about to play a game, aren't we, Tommy?
We got time, we got time.
Well, if it's not too bold, I think I...
God damn it, what happened?
At least you're already aware.
During lockdown, we've been workshopping some of Jeff's ideas for much younger children, haven't we?
People still let you near their children, do they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I've been developing some shows for younger children.
Well, we'd love to see it, wouldn't we, Gerbil?
Absolutely dying to.
Right, so, what do kids love?
Timely child support payments from their absent fathers.
Shallow and overproduced musical numbers?
That's right. Animals! So, things that kids need to know, but through a medium that they'll understand. Do you understand?
I think, yes. I think so, yes.
Jeff's one of my best clients, aren't you?
I am, yeah. So, the first one we've been working on is called The King of the Jungle's Mortgage Repayments. It's about a lion who's having problems with his interest rates.
I see. Does he have a broker?
He does, yes. He's a porcupine. How did you know that?
Well, your work is universal, darling. It speaks to people.
I'm going to say something to you, mate. I think you're onto something here.
Oh, the bear,
Oh, yes. Right. This one is much better. So, this one tells the tale of Mr. Bear. Now, Mr. Bear is a very sad bear because all of the other bears don't think that he'll amount to much, and they tell him that his plays are lazy and derivative.
I think you're onto something there.
Now, Mr. Bear is a tragic figure. Picture this. He's at his lowest ebb.
This is really hard to stream, this game.
Even face his salmon, can he? But then he meets someone that will change his life forever.
This is fucking gripping.
That's right.
Oh, crap.
He meets a wise old octopus who takes him under his wing and says, "No, Mr. Bear, don't be sad. You're not like all the other bears. You have this ambition and these dreams."
Such fucking dreams.
I think I love you, Jeff.
And what you need, Mr. Bear, says the octopus, probably doing an 8-armed gesture or something.
What you need to do to find happiness in this crazy old forest is you need to set yourself more realistic goals. It's called Mr. Bear Lowers His Expectations.
Wow, you really have taken yourself to new depths. So what do you want children to do?
Fuck shit, fuck.
What?
I said a more realistic worldview.
Are you all right, Jamboree?
It's Jeffrey. My name is Jeffrey Donington.
No, stop. How does it end? We need to know how it ends.
Well, all the animals learn a thing or two about inevitable mediocrity.
And Mr. Bear settles down near to his parents' cave, stops trying to make his band happen, and he goes into bear telemarketing.
Becomes a bear maths teacher.
And we end... We end on a big musical number. Oh, there's dancing. It's very repetitive, so it's catchy but not too challenging. Well, if you like, I could go and get my boombox.
Yeah, I might be able to... Hang on, can we get Angie back?
Why not? The more the merrier, as they say at orgies.
What?
Right, I'll just fill then, shall I? Coming up in a moment, it's the world premiere that nobody saw coming.
Lights!
Or wanted. At all. I can only apologise in advance for what we're all about to...
Oh dear.
Endure.
How do you turn the fucking thing on, though?
Well, there's all sorts of creatures down on Dangly Doodle Farm. Like wise old Mr. Octopus with way too many arms. There's Mr. Pig and Mr. Cow. They're always in good moods. But that's 'cause they don't know they'll soon be sliced up into food. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to turn into despair. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your dreams go to die. Mr. Raccoon wants to go to the moon. He'll end up as a bus driver soon. Mr. Porcupine thinks he'll read the news at 9. He'll end up as a janitor who sneaks a turpentine. Mr. Ape got sent down for rape. Didn't work out he was innocent till he was 88. Mr. Bird who sounded superstardom on his path ended up on the end of a belt with an orange in his mouth. Oh, Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the place your mummy pushed your daddy down the stair. Mr. Bear, 6 months in intensive care. That's why the bitch has to die. The farmer thinks the dangly doodle creatures are asleep. But Mr. Bear's a swinger like the pigs and cows and sheep. He visits every pen and sty and always brings the fun. And jerks off Mr. Quackington, who's always first to come. He fingers Mr. Badger's bum and Mrs. Donkey's grim. Then he fronts with Mr. Chicken till they both are quite done in. Then he runs around the farmyard trying to shove it where it fits. And ends the night by porting over Mrs. Badger's tits. There's never a dull moment down on Dangly Doodle Farm, kids. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the sound of maggots growing underneath your hair. Mr. Bear, that over there? That is your friends in a pie. Yum, yum. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's a giant spider in the shoe you want to wear. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That is the end, that is mine. That's where your friends go to lie. That's how you'll scream when you die.
Well, that seems to have pretty much run its course. That's all we have time for tonight. But before we go, I just wanted to leave you with this final thought. And by you, I actually mean you, Alex. Up in the broadcast room, making sure we all look our best and keeping the signal strong and the language mild. And Alex is damn good at it. Alex is our invisible foundations. You at home can't see them, but they're always there, keeping us afloat. Of course, we can see you, Alex. I saw you the other day in the corridor. Do you remember? I tried to catch your eye, but I think you must have been deep in thought because you just sort of walked past me like I wasn't there. I try and sit in your eye line in the canteen some days. Every day, if I'm honest. Oh no, it's wrong. I know you're married. I've done some digging. I found out about the fact that you risked being arrested to help Chris, and that you stretched yourself to let Susie go travelling. And you're no pushover parent either. You kept Charlie safe, even if he resents you for it. At least that's what he told me when I talked to him. Oh, don't worry, Alex. I wore a disguise. And I spoke like this so he wouldn't recognise me famous voice. I'm not crazy, Alex. I don't want you to think I would ever do anything to hurt Charlie or Susie.
This is getting really spooky now.
Sam's lucky. Lucky to have you, Alex, but if something happened, could you possibly love me? I mean, if Sam had a terrible accident, obviously not now. I know you love your family, but if something happened... Say Sam took a massive electric shock and went into some sort of coma. Could you love me then? Could you? Would you, please? My name's Megan Wolf. Have a deceitful night. And we're out. God, I'll tell you something. It was like a God-given relief being able to use my own voice there for a second. I've been doing this posh, gobshite voice for 10 years now. It's messing with me something fierce.
Fuck. That should have been a commercial.
We go for a janitor tonight, Jenny.
Whoops.
Oh, come on, you dry shite. They're only toys. Will we? Just a little one. While we wait for Alex to wake up from that coma.
Coma?
Alex.
What coma?
Hello.
Hello?
Wake up.
I'm awake.
Wake up.
To the distant divas and the isolation idealists, the healthcare heroes, and the lockdown measures.
What the hell? Well, that was not good. Really tanked here. This... What happened there? Yeah, I played one effort too late. Yeah, I didn't filter out all the broadcast words that right. Exceedingly poor edit. That was the stupid song, wasn't it? Okay. Probably could have done better there. Well, I don't want to see any of this. I'm not sure about the rushes. Wasn't it? This actually works now, the rushes, so... Mr. Bear Dark. I don't want to see this.
Right, I'll just fill then, shall I? Coming up in a moment, it's the world premiere that...
Endure, how do you turn fucking thing on though?
Be sliced up into food. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to turn into despair. Mr. Bear, what's that over there?
What am I
That's
watching?
where your dreams go to die. Mr. Raccoon wants to go to the moon. He'll end up as a bus driver soon. Mr. Porcupine thinks he'll read the news at 9. He'll end up as a janitor who stinks of turpentine. Mr. Ape got sent down for rape.
Oh, okay,
Didn't
great,
work out
yeah.
He was innocent till he was 88. Mr. Bird flew south, superstardom on his path. Ended up on the end of a belt with an orange in his mouth. Oh, Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the place your mommy pushed your daddy down the stair. Mr. Bear, 6 months in intensive care. That's why the bitch has to die.
What is going on here now?
The farmer thinks the dangly doodle creatures are asleep. But Mr. Bear's a swinger like the pigs and cows and sheep. He visits every pen and sty and always brings the fun. And jerks off Mr. Quackington,
What?
who's always first to come.
Oh, what?
Fingers Mr. Badger's bum.
God, I hope you have the adult flag on here.
Then he fronts with Mr. Chicken till they both are quite done in. Then he runs around the farmyard trying to shove it where it fits. And ends the night by porting over Mrs. Badger's tits. There's never a dull moment down on Dangly Doodle Farm, kids.
Oh my god. What is
that
Matt
over
next?
there?
Oh,
That's the
okay, let's
sound
see.
of maggots growing underneath your hair.
Oh my god. What the hell? It's a free documentary on Steam, not for broadcast, lights, camera, lockdown. Is there more? Oh god, there is more. I thought that was it. The rhythmic beep of a heart monitor brings you slowly back to consciousness. Opening your eyes, you're greeted by a semicircle of friends, concerned face, family by your side, a reassuring family side, familiar sight. Feel a hand on yours, gentle but reassuring. Sam, there with you as always. Their expression, understandably concerned, is somehow more affectionate than others. We know you'd be okay. Never doubted you for a second. And if I ever see that Bozeman, the worry lines on Sam's forehead fade a bit. Lord knows you've both got enough to be anxious about without your health being thrown into the mix. To final smile at them, you turn to the rest of the family. Just as you feel Susie's absence, you notice Charlie fidgeting, clearly trying not to look worried. As soon as you look at him, you can Charlie tense up his concerned face. So you're definitely good, right? He finally asked, quickly looking away. Of course I am, buddy. There's nothing to worry about. Charlie looks at you and grins one of those infectious smiles that spreads around the room. It's always good to have me in your corner. Your smile fades as you notice your mother staring listlessly out of the window. Despite all of your best efforts, she has not been doing well lately. Are you okay, Mom? Mother starts your call, clearly shocking her out of reverie. She turns to you and smiles, and you regretfully to see the increasingly rare recognition in her eyes. Yes, dear, of course. How are you feeling? You smile warmly and nod, but before you can respond, the doctor bustles in and ushers everyone out. She asks you for what feels like the 100th time how you're feeling. Surprisingly well, things considered. Excellent. There's no sign of any real damage, just a bit of a shock to the old system, pardon the pun. Not that we'd recommend you do anything like that again, of course. After a couple of days rest of home, you should feel right as rain. She turns to leave, but stops at the door. Oh, in the private room in care, the doctor gestures to her room, which they have now noticed looks rather expensive, has all been paid for by Mr. Bozeman. He left those flowers and said not to worry and take off the rest of the week. He'll see you on Monday, apparently. Okay. He didn't say which Monday, apparently. Spectacle lights lift to find the kitchen light still on, which is normally a good sign. Everyone is usually in bed by now. Softly opening the kitchen door, you find Sam sat at the table. Bills and papers are strewn in front of them, as well as what looks like to be their second pack of biscuits. Second pack of biscuits? What are they thinking? Those are expensive. They give you a quick kiss as you take a seat next to them. Sam frowns and goes back to the bill they're holding. Hey, sweetheart, just looking at the numbers again. They look to the door to the pantry, now converted into your mother's bedroom. We've been doing our best, but I think Cassandra really needs a nurse to look after her now. Suddenly, the bills are all you can see. Medi, Pharma, Car Care Plus, yeah. I've been staring at the numbers all night. Tears in her eyes, Sam takes her hand. There's just no way we can afford it. I'm so sorry. The kitchen table swims before you. Sam stands up and pulls you in a firm embrace, but all you can think of is your mother. And how you can't afford to help her. What would your dad be thinking now? Is this the utopia Vance promised? You stare at the door to your mother's makeshift room. Tomorrow you'll need to tell the kids, and then book an appointment at the transition center. What could you have done? 181 would have been tomorrow. So I think Mom is dead by now. Sam's out with work tonight and Charlie's staying at a friend's. The house is yours. You order a takeaway, have a couple of drinks and decide to relax in front of the TV. Not a great selection tonight, but surely something to watch. Feel like a laugh, comedy. Sam's not here, but you can still watch a horror without them. You just want to switch off. Action thriller is the one. Sam isn't a fan of historical dramas, so you make the most of them being away. Let's do a laugh. The humor's a bit hit and miss, but the joke about the kiln has you bent a double in laughter. Wiping a tear from your eye, you spy something reflecting the light of the TV under the coffee table. Curious, you reach down and bring it out into the light, and as you pick it up, you remember the note Sam left for you. Hey, sweetheart. Charlie's lost Susie's present. Would you mind looking for it tonight? Kiss. As you hold it closer, you're surprised to find the gift's actually an engraved lighter for Chippy. She claims the nickname's affectionate, but Charlie still scowls every time she says it. You're not sure Sam would approve. The accompanying note from Susie explains Kyrgyzstan has a long tradition of glorifying the art of starting fires. Thought you'd like it. Don't do anything stupid, Sus. Hopefully it's just a souvenir and not a new pastime he's picked up. Or about to pick up. It's nice he thought of him. Oh, that's right. Susie's doing the trip around the world. Select the screen before the broadcast starts. Don't wait till you're live. You mean like waiting to play an advert until everybody's saying like, and we're off the air. Thank God for that. The silence. Gonna turn everything on.
What? You're fired.
What for?
What?
Facial sabotage?
Jenny, problem? I want her fired today, now.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No, it won't be all right, Kath. Pack up your weapons of optical destruction and get out.
You realise you're beginning to sound like me?
I mean it, Kath.
Stay where you are, Kath. Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision, Jeremy, or yours.
It'll be all right. I'll talk to Boxman.
Oh, good. You can tell him I'll return his wife's casserole dish at our dinner next week.
All right. Where are the headlines?
I'm sorry, Kath, you're going to have to leave.
Letting it go to your head.
She nearly blinded
10
me.
seconds,
I thought we were
everybody.
all part of a team these days.
Things are better, Jeremy, you know that. Just stop being so
You're in
high mighty
5,
and do your job.
4,
You'll have me fired too.
3.
Don't tempt me.
Oh, Megan is
Good
on a
evening.
roll.
I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
What are your reaction to the sanctions? Well, it's fucking outrageous. My mom needs insulin. Am I supposed to get her transitioned?
A little bit
What's the
early.
government doing about it? Eh?
Thanks, Patrick. Fascinating stuff.
Popular Prime Minister Julia Salisbury has released a reassuringly brave statement in response to the World Council's controversial announcement.
This international declaration is nothing short of outrageous. We are a democratically elected government with massive popular support. We do not recognise these sanctions, and we encourage other socially progressive nations of the world to both resist and ignore them. Advance have struck fear into the heart of the international community by showing that it is possible to have radical change for the betterment of the many. And whilst I wish we could improve other countries as much as we have our own, we do not rely on the help of others to thrive. This country is entirely self-sufficient. We are a team, now more than ever. And this team is on your side. Thank you.
Defiant stuff. But what do you, the public, think of our government's stance? Robin Short found out.
Hi there, I was wondering if you could spend a moment to give us your thoughts on the government.
Honestly, I think they're doing a great job. I know the assets and world checks have made the difference for us for the cost of the little one. And people seem, happier in the main. I always said things would get better with a woman in charge.
A whole lot of problems. Protests were held today at the controversial construction site for Remington Smith's physics-defying MOVES project. Since digging straight through the earth began 6 months ago, the project has been beset by problems, including localized tremors and the heat deaths of many of the workforce.
Residents of the nearby town of Calamity today converged on the construction site with sincere, if misspelt, placards, demanding a suspension of digging until safety checks can be carried out.
Of course, that's half a world away. But what does this country think? Patrick.
What's your opinion of the MOVES project?
It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What's to stop it, right? Dropping out the other end and just falling forever.
Gravity?
No, it don't exist.
Gravity? Oh yeah.
The delicate sound of thunder. A frightening start for commuters this morning, who were confronted by a somewhat sinister sight as they left their trains.
Many travellers reported feeling intimidated by the silent figures who stood motionless outside every major station in the capital. Radical extremist group Disrupt, who organised the show of strength, refused to comment on the meaning of the strange protest.
Or to apologise to this presenter for making him drop his morning bagel in surprise.
But how do we feel about these somewhat radical extremists and their upsetting methods? Robin found out.
Do you have any feelings about Disrupt?
It's all a bit noisy for me, really. As Mother always said, leave the rebelling to the rebels, Malcolm.
Bubbling up, intrepid scientist Dr. David Wong and
Oh,
Dr.
no.
Ingrid Sforsborg-Hawkinsford today sent a blueprint of the escape craft in which they hope to finally leave Dante's taint.
With expert opinions of the plan running the gamut from optimistically engineered to that looks like something my granddad made in his shed, it sounds like the
You're
unfortunate
nuts.
team are going to need all the thoughts and prayers they
Get them out of there.
So what should we think about the escape plan? Patrick Brandon again.
Dare I ask you about the blueprints?
Well, mate, I've never been a submarine engineer, but I have tinkered with a few motors in my time, and I can tell you that thing is not going to work. I'd rather trust my life to Uncle Pat, and I murdered him 10 years ago.
What?
Oh, what? It's because you're joking. It's funny. Are you?
I am not a number. Applications finally opened today for the new Advanced Team membership cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services being introduced daily.
Okay, let's go full on blown. We trust our government. We hate everything that stupid science does.
Banks and rightfully pubs.
Let's see what happens when we go that
And
route.
of course, there's no charge, Jeremy.
It all seems too good to be true.
Well, you've always been a cynic. But most importantly, what should you, the public, think about the new team membership cards?
team membership cards.
Oh, yeah, fantastic. I'm applying today. I mean, why wouldn't you? What are these protesters doing that they don't want us to know who their names are? Besides, have you seen the savings you can get? I'm getting one for the little one as well.
Oh, how adorable.
Yeah, gonna be a proper little team member, aren't you? Yes, he smiled. He smiles.
And finally tonight, getting stuck in a shameless attempt to cash in on his bad boy status. Shame
Oh, he's an
Johnny
idiot.
Hansleeves announced a new line of real ale at a press conference earlier today.
The new brew, entitled Headbutt Ale in reference to his controversies of last year, promises a night you'll pretend you regret.
Or possibly a night you'll pretend you remember.
So what should we all think of Johnny's latest attempt to market his notoriety? Patrick?
Disgusting.
Wise words there.
Later tonight, in a bit of a switcheroo, it'll be Jeremy in the culture chair, spitting rhymes with popular rapper Jay Zus. And then we'll both be chatting with a familiar team of thespians set to take the nation by storm again.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National
Nightly
Nightly
News.
There's a lot going on again.
First tonight, thankfully, some news as we return to our main story.
The World Council today agreed that punitive and potentially illegal sanctions should be imposed upon this country. The sanctions, which come into effect immediately, aim to stop the flow of food, fuel, and even some medicines from reaching your pockets.
Tonight, we have guests from across the continent to discuss this unprecedented situation. For Advance, Peter Clement is at his home in Lamfordshire. Are you there, Peter?
Yes, I can hear you, Jeremy. Thank you for having me.
A momentous day, Prime Minister. Are you shaken?
Oh, I don't scare that easy, I'm afraid, old son. And neither do the people of this country.
Well, joining us is Ivan Vodovich, Foreign Minister of Urkistan. Ivan, thank you for being here.
Great pleasure. You, Megan Wolf, are like strongest guard of labour camp who wake up inside body of crazy, expensive prostitute. In my country, you will be worshipped as a god.
Okay.
Minister, as one of those arguing most strongly for these sanctions, how do you feel about Advance's defiant stance?
Advance is like man who think he have big career in movies land, when actually he in dirty sanitarium, screaming at mirror and holding tiny penis in hand.
He's clearly not from Svenland, then. We have like some of the cleanest mental health care facilities in the continent, yeah.
And welcome to Svenland's Minister of Mojo, Björk.
Svenland's.
I'm sorry, we don't appear to have your surname.
It's just Björk, yeah. We don't use things like socially divisive surnames here, yeah.
Minister?
It's just Björk, yeah.
Right, Björk. Your country spoke in favour of Advance at the World Council today, but you were noticeably absent when it came to the actual vote.
Well, what a surprise. The hippies didn't show up for the fight.
Actually, that's quite racist, because if you must know, we were going to go to the whole, like, voting, yeah? But it's actually the Festival of Feuerland here at the moment, where we honor the old generations. So, like, we all had to work our grandparents' Galinia whilst the vote was happening, and that's like a really, really time-consuming process, actually.
You're like sissy man. You have this expression, sissy man. It's like man with tiny penis who like to wash more than once a week.
Actually, that's quite homophobic, yeah,
Oh,
because...
stop winding him up, Ivan. We're not back at the Grange now. Sorry, Jeremy. Ivan and I used to play golf back in my media days.
Yeah, he always wins.
Nothing gives him greater pleasure than grinding people's gears. The more publicly, the better.
Peter, you're like man with tiny penis who think he have tiny penis, but actually he discovered that. Oh, could it be? No, it's tiny penis.
Ivan's just worried that when the rest of the world sees how well we're doing,
You can say penis? Okay.
dosh that he's got squirreled away. Because that's what these sanctions are, Megan. They're the last pathetic gasp of an establishment in collapse. Wolves at the gates, Ivan, old mate.
Good. He can join others on my wall.
Actually, in Svenland, we have, like, serious animal welfare legislation. Like, my friend Helga, she got arrested, yeah, for killing a butterfly that was hovering over her fuel thing. I mean, in English, jam sandwich.
I used to know a girl called Jan Sandwich. She was a right cracker, too. Well, what became of her?
We seem to be wandering a little from the news here.
No. This
The
is...
real people behind the headlines and all that. So if you're watching, Jan, give us a call.
Really?
we can't organise a reunion?
Christ, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to run it past Mrs. Clement first. Eh?
You're like man trying to empty ashes of mistresses into oncoming vent. Soon you have tiny penis and beard full of secrets.
In Finland, we don't really go in for all that restrictive monogamy stuff here. We're kind of fluid, actually.
Okay, well, it seems that we are running out of time.
Yes.
God, I hope so.
Briefly, if you would, gentlemen. Would the
Oh shit! I forgot to put the...
Possible shortages and power outages.
Yes, of course.
Oh, this is not going to be good.
Possible shortages and power outages. Can you summarise your thoughts for us, Minister Beard?
Well, from here, you all look a bit stupid really arguing about outdated divisive concepts like money. In Finland, we replaced currency with a system of bodily fluids back in the 1970s, and that's like
What?
really hard to sanction, actually.
Thank you, Minister Votovich.
Your country is like man who think he invented perfect trap for giant mutant hairy bear. And really, he's just standing in field
Holding his tiny penis, yes. Thank you, Minister. And finally, Prime Minister Clement.
Let me talk to your viewers here, Jeremy. Don't worry, everybody. Don't be afraid. Don't even lose a wink of sleep. We knew the rest of the world would react this way, and we're ready. As my old man used to say, you can't make a shite pie without blocking a few toilets.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Reassuring words there.
We'll be back.
After these messages.
No, you won't.
Hey, Peter, I over your way this weekend. You
We don't have any...
sure,
Yeah.
front or back.
What I hope you're asking Megan Wolf for me.
She's out of your league, man.
This is going to be not good because I don't have any commercials queued. So, yeah. Whoops. I forgot completely to cue the commercials, so let's do that first. So we got, oops, our idiots. Oh fuck, power's still off.
Pack up your weapons of optical destruction and get out.
You realise you're going to see.
Sports
I mean
board.
it, Cav.
Stay where you are.
Fans.
Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision, Jenny. It's all yours.
Oh shit, that one is busted.
You can tell
Look
him
at
I'll
that.
his wife's casserole dish at our dinner next
Okay.
week. Jenny,
Okay, so we got that queued.
I'm sorry, Kath, you're going to have to leave.
That's all on.
Letting it go to your head.
she nearly blinded
10
me.
seconds,
That's all
everybody.
part of a team these days.
Things are better, Jeremy, you know that. Just stop being so
Going in
high mighty
5,
and do your job.
4,
You'll have me
Got one on. Yep.
Tempt me. Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawson. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
What are your reaction to the sanctions?
I think it's fucking outrageous. My mom needs insulin. Am I supposed to get her transitioned? What's the government doing about it? Eh? What's the government doing about it?
Thanks, Patrick. Fascinating stuff. Thanks, Patrick.
Popular Prime Minister Julia Salisbury has released a reassuringly brave statement in response to the World Council's controversial announcement.
This international declaration is nothing short of outrageous. We are a democratically elected government with massive popular support. We do not recognise these sanctions. And we encourage other socially progressive nations of the world to both resist and ignore them. and ignored. Advance have struck fear into the heart of the international community by showing that it is possible to have radical change for the betterment of the many. And whilst I wish we could improve other countries as much as we have our own, we do not rely on the help of others to thrive. This country is entirely self-sufficient.
So one of my favorite
Now more than ever,
tasks in Goose Goose Duck is to adjust the signal.
it's on your side. Thank you.
This is not it.
Defiant stuff. But what do you, the public, think of our government's stance? Robin Shaw found out.
Hi there, I was wondering if you could spend a moment to give us your thoughts on the government.
Honestly, I think they're doing a great job. I know the assets and world checks have made the difference, plus for the cost of the little one. And people seem, happier in the main. I always said things would get better with a woman in charge.
A whole lot of problems. Protests were held today at the controversial construction site for Remington's physics-defying moves project. Since digging
You're
straight
idiots.
through the
Give 'em a
earth
B.
began 6 months
Right.
ago, the project has been beset by problems, including localized tremors and the heat deaths of many of the workforce.
Residents of the nearby town of Calamity today converged on the construction site with sincere, if misspelled, placards demanding a suspension of digging until safety checks can be carried out.
No bombs.
That's half a world away. Of course. But what does this country think? Patrick, what does this country think?
What's your opinion of the Moves project? What's your opinion of the Moves project?
What's to stop it, right? Dropping out the other end and just falling forever. Dropping out the other end and just falling
Gravity?
forever. No, it don't exist.
Gravity? Oh yeah.
The delicate sound of thunder. A frightening start for commuters this morning, who were confronted by a somewhat sinister sight as they left their train.
Many travellers reported feeling intimidated by the silent figures who stood motionless outside every major station in the capital. Radical
We're
extremists
okay with that.
disrupt, who organised the show
Sort of, kind of.
refused to comment on the meaning of the strange protest.
Or to apologise to this presenter for making him drop his morning paper.
But how do we feel about these somewhat radical extremists and their upsetting methods? Robin found out.
Do you have any feelings about disrupt? Do you have any
It's all a
feelings
bit
about
noisy
disrupt?
for me, really. It's all a bit noisy. As Mother always said, leave the rebelling to the rebels, Malcolm.
Bubbling up, intrepid scientist Dr. David Wong and Dr. Ingrid Sforsborg and Hawkinsford today sent a blueprint of the escape craft in which they hope to finally leave Dante's taint.
With expert opinions of the plan running the gamut from optimistically engineered.
I bet the lady with the baby is going to be the positive note.
The unfortunate team are going to need all the thoughts and prayers they're going to need.
So what should we think about the escape plan? Patrick Bannon again.
So I'd imagine that you think this is a great plan. So I'd imagine that you think this is a great plan.
Oh my god, it's a brilliant idea! I hope everyone gets behind them so that they know that we're with them. In spirit, of course. In spirit. I can't actually go diving. I can't actually go diving. Scared of salt. Because I'm
Salt. Scared of salt.
Applications finally open today for the new Advanced Team Membership Cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services being introduced daily.
The team membership cards are entirely voluntary.
Team membership cards are the greatest thing.
By all major organisations, including the police, banks, and pubs and banks
And of course, there's no charge, Jeremy.
It all seems too good to be true.
And it probably is.
But most importantly, what should you, the public, think about the new team membership cards?
Team membership cards.
Oh yeah, fantastic. I'm applying today. I mean, why wouldn't you? What are these protesters doing? They don't want us to know who their names are. Besides, have you seen the savings you can get? I'm getting one for the little one as well. How adorable. Yeah. Gonna be a proper little teamer, aren't you? Gonna be a proper little teamer, aren't you?
He smiled. He had gas.
And finally tonight, getting stuck in a shameless attempt to cash in on his bad boy status, Shane celebrity Johnny Hamsleeves announced a new line of real ale at a press conference earlier today.
The new brew, entitled Headbutt Ale in reference to his controversies of last year, promises...
Actually, I don't care about Johnny.
Or possibly a night you'll pretend you remember.
So what should we all think of Johnny's latest attempt to market his notoriety? Patrick?
Don't really care, love.
Wise words now.
Later tonight, in a bit of a switcheroo, it's Lady Jeremy in the culture chair, spitting rhymes with popular rapper Jay Zus. And then we'll both be chatting with a familiar team of thespians set to take the nation by storm. Again.
That's all coming up on tonight. That's National Nightly News. National Nightly News.
That's the titles.
That's the titles. Yeah, there's someone there.
Why can't I not switch to... Oh, shoot. So it wasn't a commercial that I was missing. I mean, I was missing the commercials. I didn't switch over to the trailer thingamajig.
First tonight, thankfully, some news as we return to our main story. Some news as we
The
return
World
to our
Council
main
today
story.
agreed that punitive and potentially...
Oh, no, wait. It was after this section with the three guys. Yes.
Come into effect immediately, aim to stop the flow of food, fuel, and even some medicines from reaching your pockets.
Tonight, we have guests from across the continent to discuss this unprecedented situation. For advance, Peter Clement is at his home in Lancashire. Are you there, Peter?
Yes, I can hear you, Jeremy. Thank you for having me.
A momentous day, Prime Minister. Are you shaken?
Oh, I don't scare that easy, I'm afraid, old son.
Need to stay with it.
Neither do the people of this country.
Well, joining us is Ivan Vodovich, Foreign Minister of Urkistan. Ivan, thank you for being here.
Great pleasure. You, Megan Wolf, are like strongest guard of labour camp stuck inside body of crazy, expensive prostitute. In my country, you will be worshipped as a god.
Okay. Minister, as one of those arguing most strongly for these sanctions, how do you feel about Advance's defiant stance?
Advance is like man who thinks he a big career in movies land, when actually he in dirty sanitarium, screaming at me and holding tiny penis in hand.
He's clearly not from Svenland, then. We have like some of the cleanest mental health facilities in the continent.
And welcome to Svenland's Minister of Mojo, Björk.
Minister of Mojo.
What's your surname?
It's just Björk, yeah. We don't use things like socially divisive surnames.
Minister?
It's just Björk.
Minister? Right, Björk. Your country spoke in favour of Advance at the World Council today, but you were noticeably absent when it came to the actual vote.
Well, what a surprise. The hippies didn't show us the prize.
Actually, that's quite racist, because if you must know, we were going to go to the whole like boat thing, but it's actually the festival of Fureland here at the moment, where we honor the old generations. So like we all had to lurk our grandparents' Gleania whilst the boat was happening, and that's like a really time-consuming process, actually.
You're like sissy man. You had this expression, sissy man. It's like man with tiny penis who like to wash more than once a week.
Actually, that's quite homophobic, yeah.
Oh, stop winding him up, Ivan. We're not back at the Grange now. Sorry, Jeremy. Ivan and I used to play golf back in my media days.
He always wins.
Nothing gives him greater pleasure than grinding people's gears. The more publicly, the better.
You're like man with tiny penis who think he have tiny penis, but actually he discovered that. Could it be? No, it's tiny penis.
Ivan's just worried that when the rest of the world sees how well we're doing, they'll notice all that dosh that he's got squirreled away. Because that's what these sanctions are, Megan. They're the last pathetic gasp of an establishment in collapse. Wolves at the gates, Ivan, old mate.
Good. They can join others on my wall.
Actually, in Svenland, we have like serious animal welfare legislation. Like my friend Helga, she got arrested for killing a butterfly that was hovering over her field thing. I mean, English jam sandwich.
I used to know a girl called Jam Sandwich. She was a right cracker too. Wonder what became of her.
We seem to be wandering a little from the news here.
A little. Yes, a little.
Jeremy, the real people behind the headlines and all that. So if you're watching Jam, give us a call. Yeah. Let's see if we can't organise a reunion.
Crash, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to run it past Mrs. Clement first.
Peter, you're like man trying to empty ashes of mistresses into oncoming vent. Soon you have tiny penis and beard full of secrets.
In Svenland, we don't really go in for all that restrictive monogamy stuff here. We're kind of fluid, actually.
Okay, well, it seems that we are running out of time.
Yes, so
I need to change channels again.
briefly, if you would, gentlemen, with the people of this country facing shortages and
possible shortages.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Possible shortages and power outages. Can you summarise your thoughts for us, Minister Beer?
Well, from
Mr.
here,
Bill, sorry.
you all look a bit stupid really arguing about outdated devices concepts like money. Instead, we replaced currency with a system of bodily fluids back in the 1970s, and that's like a really hard to sanction, actually.
Thank you, Minister Votovich. Thank you,
Your
Minister
country
Votovich.
is like man who thinks he invented perfect trap for giant Newton-haired bear. And really, he's just standing in field
Holding his tiny penis, yes. Thank you, Minister. And finally, Prime Minister Clement.
Let me talk to your viewers here, Jeremy. Don't worry, everybody. Don't be afraid. Don't even lose a wink of sleep. We knew the rest of the world would react this way, and we're ready. As my old man used to say, you can't make a shine pie without blocking a few toilets.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Reassuring words.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll be back.
After these messages.
1 minute back.
Hey,
And I finally got something
I
cute.
over your way this weekend. You fancy a quick 9?
Yeah, sure, front or back.
That's what I hope you're asking Megan Wolf for me.
Jesus Christ.
Mate.
Thank you for the correction.
Well, you have to be more careful.
It's all part of his long-term plan to get fired live on the news at 6 in front of finish.
Can someone warn him it's going a little too well?
This is important. New government censorship should show up in blue. Same as regular censoring. Keep an eye out for the advanced blue waveform.
The advanced blue waveform? I'm sorry.
Are you still meant to bow to foreign royalty?
What? Have they given you the Crown Prince report?
Well,
Meghan?
This is Jeremy, and he'll be interviewing you.
Yo, thanks for having me on the show, man.
It's quite alright.
Yo, just a quick one. You're not gonna ask me about
What the hell?
10 seconds.
He put that get up on himself.
Okay.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
I'm missing a lot of the jokes on the
welcome back. I'm
commercials and stuff.
Later, we have an exclusive first look at the theatrical sensation everyone's going to be talking about. But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Meghan.
Jeremy.
I have the honour and privilege of being joined by hip-hop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and the father of truth. Not sure how that works, but whatever. Let's welcome Jesus!
Hey, thanks, Jeremy. That's a real honor to be here on the show. You know, as a kid on the streets, I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Well, you know, I try not to, the past is the past, and I don't like to dwell on it. But yeah, man, the streets is all I remember. My mother donated me to a charity shop soon after I was born. Elderly lady took pity on me. You know, she let me sleep on a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
And she died tragically. Right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homeware. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
18 months old?
What a tale. What a tale. You're known for your direct and honest lyrics. Was your style informed by your troubled past?
Oh, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just it's just too hard.
Of course.
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So it would seem. Recently, you've been quite outspoken about the government.
Yeah, fuck the government. Fuck advance.
Oh.
What is it that you object to so?
Shit.
What is it that you object to
Well,
so?
you know, they They stole from us. They're taking our money and spending it, man. They stole from us. They're taking our money and spending it, man.
Actually, homelessness has been all but eliminated in the last couple of months.
So?
Surely that's a cause close to your heart? Surely that's a cause close to your heart?
Yeah, nah, of course, man, very much so. I just mean like,
of course, man, very much.
why do I have to pay for it, you know? Why do I have to pay for it, you know?
People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look,
And that couldn't have been you.
I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing, and I deserve to be rewarded for that. And I deserve to be.
Would you say you worked harder than, say, a farmer or a care worker? A farmer or a care worker?
But if people are taking something from my music, choose to value it, buy it, who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me. Who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me.
Vulnerable children, Mr. Cheese Slice. Mr. Cheese Slice.
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of
or maybe it's hereditary.
Well, it's more of stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words. I let the music speak for itself. I let the music speak for itself. And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here he is with his hit song, Mrs. Lovelotier.
Oh, I'm going to do something a little different.
What the hell was that?
Oh, so this is unapproved.
You love it.
Excellent. Don't worry, we've got.
Oh, I stayed on the guy too long.
What's the worst that could happen? So here he is with a new song. It's Jesus.
First, you're gonna pay up. You're gonna pay back. You're gonna pay back.
Oh shit.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel the elation from your participation. Still two leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive fucking mansion? So fuck all your schemes. I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams. So don't make a fuss when you find you're one of us. Yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive, but why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention, I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise, of the crest of the wave. Cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Take this fact, gonna stain it red. Gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head. Cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. It's time to stone a castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. So this is for the
I forgot what the blue one was about.
ones the folks to feel the burden of their motherfucking loved ones who had plenty like a motherfucking Bentley, the ones who now finding out their bank accounts are empty, the ones of aspiration who had to flee a nation, the ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of people, the good and the evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. And the best of the praise, of the crest of the ways. Cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red. Gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head. Cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to stone a castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Get out of your seats, get your asses in the streets. Set a fire in the building, let him feel some fucking heat. Take your hate to go getters, no squilling betters, and burn.
Hey, Authentic. How's it going? Sorry, I'm trying to do a TV show here. I'm trying to censor out all the naughty parts. It's a hard game to stream, actually. It takes a lot of attention to do all the things.
Jesus there with his new song. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there was some kind of issue upstairs, and an attempt was made to censor some of your notes.
What? Are you joking?
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that this was a mistake.
This is absolutely ridiculous. This is absolutely
Here
ridiculous.
at the National Nightly News, we pride ourselves on remaining...
It's an interesting game. It's really close to what's going on today.
We will never censor ideas. We will never censor... Back to you, Megan.
A bit of dangerous language there, sorry about that. Well, thank you to little Jeremy Donaldson for providing our...
Little Jeremy Dawson. Oh God, Megan's going to be in trouble.
...upcoming dramatic outing. Don't go away. We'll be right back after go away. We'll be right back.
That's the ad.
Jenny, this is fucking outrageous. Thank you so much.
It's a game that is supposed to be like a radical party takes over completely and implements some changes that are not going well with the rest of the world. It's the advanced party. This is an ad, one of them. We got a D out of that. It's still green, luckily. Yep.
Fixing that old VCR. Dropping a new tape. Last ad break.
At one of our many new distribution centers.
What the hell did you mean? Oh. We can take that one out now.
Oh, here we go. Look at him.
If we could just get you in position.
Oh, say no more. Say no
There we go. That's what he meant.
Jeremy, you remember Mr. Algebra?
Vividly.
And Mr. Harris, and this is...
Oh no. It's the same people again.
We're back together again, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Perhaps a lower order demon.
Yes, it is awfully exciting, isn't it?
Right, okay then. We're going live in 10 seconds, opening on camera 1.
So this is my first time playing this, so I got all my hands necessary here to keep it going.
Welcome back, and no, you're not mistaken. Sitting across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're joined by National Treasure Tommy Harris, the National Theatre's Philip Harris, and National Deficit Jeff Algebra.
So lovely to have you all. Tommy, would you like to tell us about the show?
You know what? I'd bloody love to. It's about me. It's about my life.
And where did the idea come from?
So, right, picture this.
Yes, it's really, it's funny as hell, and I'm missing like half of the jokes.
And then Cindy comes in. She says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to training sometimes. He's actually a good goal switcher. Anyway, so Pete, he says, Toby can,
As long as you switch the channels a little bit and concentrate on the person who's talking, but every now and then do like a reaction shot, they call it.
How would you like to really make a difference? How would you like to really make a difference?
What did you say?
Yeah,
What did you say?
So Jeff, the question on everyone's lips is, what in God's name are you doing here? God's name are you doing here?
After the success of my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that I had a...
I'm not sure if I can put the recording of this up on YouTube.
So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
Why did you do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off. I do my best work with my trousers off.
No.
I appreciate the lyric, Authentic.
Sorry, would you just give us a sense of what the show is actually about?
It's about how hard it's been for me and some of the struggles that I've faced. It's like really getting to the heart of how tough it is to be me. I call it Tommy Harris. Jesus, that was hard.
That was hard.
We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is built around two things that are very important to me. It mixes scenes from my life as well as epic fantasy retellings of scenes from my life.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
I'm sorry, son. You're an embarrassment.
But
You're
Dad,
an embarrassment.
you promised you'd come to my graduation. You promised you'd come to my graduation.
Demon, back to the house! Demon, back to the house!
Philippa, what's it been like? Co-starring with Tommy Harris.
I've always dreamed of treading the boards at medium-scale regional theatres, Megan. And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my teeth into.
What's different about this show, then?
Tommy, Mr. Harris's show really lets me show my tremendous range as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting, forced to play the same tired characters in every god-awful yogurt advert or godforsaken soap opera or, God forbid, a pantomime. But, you know, this show has really let me just go there.
Jeff, the viewers at home will be dying to know exactly what is it
That they do.
I think these guys would agree with me when I say that it's my steady hand on the tiller, my arm round the shoulder approach that's really brought the production from strength to strength.
Absolutely right. Jeff's contributions are immeasurable. He was our rock.
Can you give us a sneak peek of anything else that might be in the show?
Yeah, all sorts, yeah. We've got lots of exclusive first-hand experiences of Tommy's time in the underground sports scene.
And some epic fantasy retellings of Tommy's time in the underground sports scene.
You'll never take the sacred path!
And am I right in saying this was officially commissioned by the government?
Yeah, all paid for by the taxpayer, which, you know, to be honest, is actually a lifesaver, really.
I think it's fair to say that without Advance's support, we'd have had to cut the finale.
Which frankly would have been a travesty.
God, Jesus Christ!
What the hell? Is that a dragon?
You do this every night.
It's a metaphor, absolutely.
For what?
It's a metaphor.
For what?
Death.
And the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaner and my ties, I'm barely scraping a profit here.
Amazing. And where can the folks at home come and see this for themselves?
We're performing all over the nation.
And people can see it for absolutely free, all courtesy of Advance. Isn't that incredible, Jeremy?
Yes. It's unbelievable. Yes.
Well, thank you all so much for coming. Next time we see you, no doubt, you'll have taken our jobs.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be interviewing the world's most attractive horse. I'm Jeremy Dawson.
And I'm Megan Wolf.
And
from all of us
And
here,
I'm Megan Wolf.
have a peaceful night. Have a peaceful
I think we're clear.
Let's get reset for tomorrow,
Oh shit.
Hey, we must stop bumping into each other like this, eh?
Tired of dull and lifeless hair? Fed up of dry and brutal split ends? Then say hello to our sea.
A B. Okay. I did much better there. Good.
Provitamin formula is a deep fortified.
I got a C. At least it's not a D. Crippling debt. Oh god. I wonder if this game is actually gonna let me go broke or something. I'm kind of curious about the rushes. If there's anything behind the scenes here that is showing up.
Are you still meant to bow to foreign royalty?
What?
Should I just like curtsy?
Hang on. Have they given you the Crown Prince report?
What?
Megan?
This is Jeremy, and he'll be interviewing you.
Yo, thanks for having me on your show, man.
It's quite all right.
Yo, just a quick one. You're not going to ask me about the chimp, are you?
Live in 10 seconds.
So he put that get up on himself. I'm just saying.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Okay, so Megan is completely out of the picture, and I think we've seen all of this. Except what was going on here. So we're switching scenes between these three. Didn't use that one. Sequence 1. Oh, yeah. Okay. Right, I'm going to take a quick break. I need to fill my water, and we'll be back in about a minute. So don't go anywhere. And we're back. There was one thing that I just thought about that I wanted to see, which was the broadcast of...
Before we go over to the National Night
the
Moves
very
team.
last,
There's
the
just
song,
time to
because
catch
I
up
was
on
kind
our
of curious how that came across in the broadcast.
At 6:30 p.m. It's What's My Old Tap Worth? And tonight, Frank Franklin and the team are in Grantstable trying to flog an Ottoman.
Because I was too busy watching for the censor bits to come up to actually pay attention to what the song was about. Let's forward a little bit. These are still the headlines that we discussed. Okay, that was the whole bit about the sanctions. How much better it is these days with the digital tapes, right? Okay. So he had some cuss words in there that I didn't. It was really bad.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel elation from your participation. Still two leaders. Nation. Now we're getting sanctioned. Talking about expansion. Why does Julie S require a massive all your schemes? I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve dreams.
Okay. So it was a little early on some of the cuss words.
So don't make a fuss when you find you're one of us. Get every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive, but why would I get out of bed with incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention, I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise, of the crest of the wave, cause we're only equal people when we're slaves. Take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter cause he's fit, he's got a job, he's unfit. It's time to stone a castle with pitchfork. So this is for the snubbed ones, the pushed and the shoved ones, the folks that feel the burden of loved ones who had plenty luck. Bentley, the ones who now finding that their bank accounts are empty, the ones of aspiration who had to flee a nation, the ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of people, the good and the evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. And the best of the praise, of the crest of the ways, cause we're only equal people. Slaves, gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' head, cause he's fake, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to stone a castle with pitchfork. Get out of your seats, get your in the streets, set a fire in the building, let him feel. Say you hate to go getters, you're squilling bed letters, and burn them on the fucking letters. Gonna take his facts, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' head, cause he's fake, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to stone a castle with pitchfork. Chase that dream, you don't need team, and advance his little dances aren't as harmless as it seems, cause they're stale and corrupt. Then your anger erupt, then your hearts and your minds and your fists to destruct.
Okay, so I think that the blue part was supposed to be censored out as well if I was completely supporting the government, the advance. That's what that meant, because it was still pretty inflammatory. So, well, let's continue, do one more broadcast. crap, I forgot about thinking about what I signed up for, the pleasure and enjoyment. But and how far do we go ahead this time? Ladder word climbing. Uh-oh. Lazy Sunday afternoon in summer, you and Sam are making the most of both kids being out of the house. You head into the pantry, taking a moment to remember what it used to be, when it used to be your mother's room, before coming out with the last 2 slices of homemade cake. It's rare for you and Sam to actually get to finish sweet things in this house, and you savor every mouthful. Just as you take your last bite, you hear the sound of the front door slamming. That will be Charlie. You can hear him practically running to come find you, and he's grinning from ear to ear when he finally does. I have some really big news. You and Sam play along, sitting attentively with bated breath. Ready? With a flourish, he reveals his new badge from his pocket and proudly presents it to you both to examine as he announced that they are a member of the first tier of Cohesion Cadets. Cohesion Cadets. There's way more stuff I'm going to be doing, and I'll be working some weekends, but it's really cool. Yeah, I don't trust those. I don't trust those motherfuckers. It's like the Hitler Jugend all over again. A sign of things to come. Shopping, something that always seemed so tedious before the sanctions, now become even more of a chore. You managed to get almost everything you needed for the family this evening, but you'll have to come back tomorrow to get through the week. There's a queue to leave the car park, though it's hard to make out why in the dark. Protest. The final car in front of you drives off. You realize the queue is actually due to a checkpoint. Uh-oh. Friendly-looking man in an advanced uniform, CCO, emblazoned in a number of places on it, approaches your car and knocks on the driver's side window. Good evening. Nothing to worry about. I was just wondering if I could see your team membership card, please. Weren't these cards supposed to be voluntary? Ah. There we go. That's not a problem. We've got 4 for us side here. We're more than happy to sign you up. The man gestures to his colleague behind him, a young woman in a similar uniform. He clearly received the short end of the stick and stuck with the paperwork. Strictly speaking, they're not, but it also loads of benefits. No reason not to get one. The smile fades a bit, and when he puts a hand up to scratch the back of his neck for a moment, he leans over you, his presence now seeming a little more intimidating. Well, you don't scare me, motherfucker. Almost instantly, the friendly demeanor is gone, and his expression is one of stern and formal. Obviously, I can't make you sign up, but I would strongly recommend you do, and soon. And we wouldn't want people to think you had anything to hide, would we? Takes a step back and gestures for you to drive on. You're sure you see him writing something down in your rearview mirror as you head home somewhat more hurriedly than before. You must follow the party line. An invitation worth ignoring. Saturday, one of your few days off, and you made the most of it, but as late afternoon draws on, the invitation sits pinned to the fridge, staring at you accusingly at you. Channel 1 Gala is a mandatory work event. Yeah. I think I can't do that again. Runner Sam will give you a lift. A drink or two might help with the enforced office socializing. Hopefully it won't be too bad. After all, you're pretty good at your job, right? D's and E's and C's. Haven't had a B in a while. Barely on time at the Sauvignon, one of the oldest and grandest hotels. You're surprised to see a queue to get in, but quickly realize it's because people are being searched at the door by some very military-looking personnel in smart attire. While you're waiting, you can't help but notice just how very opulent the building is, possibly the fanciest place you've been to in your life. Probably the fanciest place that's still standing. Submit to being patted down with a sigh of relief or led into the hotel. I bet you that the Prime Minister or Prime Ministers are here. Once inside, you're directed to the Grand Ballroom, and following the signs, you marvel at the sheer scale of the place and the amount of armed security guards. When you finally arrive, there's a very severe-looking woman at the door asks for your name. I'm Alex Winston. Curtly checks her list before whispering something to the waiter. You've made it just in time to be seated before dinner. Please follow Emmanuel here to your table. The waiter smiles at you and opens one of the great double doors, gesturing for you to enter. Immediately, you can see why it's called the Grand Ballroom. Pause for a second to take it all in. A slight tap on your arm and I'll gestures for you to follow him. He seats you at a table away from the central floor area, half under the set of stairs. Your view of the stage is at best partially blocked. Bozeman's definitely not happy with you at the moment. You're sat with some colleagues you've heard of around Channel 1 offices before but haven't met. For the most part, they're considered slackers at best and about to be fired at worst. What category do you fit in? I don't know. As the evening goes on, you hear Jeremy Donaldson receive an award for outstanding contributions to journalism. You also hear Megan Wolf accepting it on his behalf as he hasn't turned up to the event. Not unusual apparently, but it's hard for you to tell much from your limited view under the stairs. You also notice a community cohesion officer hovering near your table. That's the CCO, I guess. They seem as bored to be here as you. Let's chat him up. A few glasses of no doubt a very expensive wine later, you see Bozeman speaking to a few specific tables joined by what looks like Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. This is confirmed by an unimpressed nod from the CCO when you ask them, perhaps a little too loudly. Their presence sparks a debate between those at your table about the virtues of both advance and disrupt. Okay, so this is going to be an important decision. Are we going to go all against the government and in favor of disrupt? Or are we going to stick with advance and saying it makes the country a better place? I don't like what they're doing with Charlie. Maybe I should stay out of the politics. Let's stir things up a little bit. You end up talking and staying later than you thought you would, despite yourself. Sam isn't pleased when you keep them waiting outside for 20 minutes, but it wasn't entirely a terrible evening in the end. You still rather have been at home though. Yeah, maybe we can skip the next one. This is where I wound up in one of the community center camps. Okay, so we're at day 290 now, so it's been what? Almost day 300. It's almost been the heat wave. All right. Turn the power on. Turn off. Oh.
Hey, we're working on it.
What, you've got someone to hose down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
No,
Yes,
look,
but he is.
they replaced it.
Gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
Can you please keep us safe from people like Disrupt?
More like keep us in line. Guns.
10 seconds, everybody.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th week.
They look the same to
In a
me.
statement from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a command
Not sure what I'm choosing
to this
between.
unprovoked escalation.
The World Council should make no mistake. This blockade and the illegal sanctions it seeks to enforce are an act of war and will be treated as such.
Uh-oh.
Any incursion, however slight, into our territory will be met with swift and deadly force. You have been warned.
Beer in the headlights. Burgeoning
Beer in the
brewmeister
headlights.
has today launched a new marketing campaign to revitalise the image of his unpopular Headbutt Ale. Adamant that his craft brew could be a commercial success if only he could get in front of the right audience, Johnny's gone to surprising lengths in his latest PR stunt. In a move he's calling groundbreaking and his accountants are calling irresponsible, Johnny has launched 1,000 bottles of beer into the stratosphere, where they've now settled into geostationary orbit.
What?
He's hailing it as a landmark achievement, while scientists are condemning his cosmic fly tipping. In it to win it, exciting news from Advance today, with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes
This looks
worth more
just
than money used to be.
very
Take-up
random.
on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Glory hole. Due to
What?
the overwhelming
I'm sorry?
public disapproval of their controversial moves, Remington's Fist announced that excavations are to be discontinued and the unfinished tunnel repurposed. Speaking from her divorce lawyer's parking lot, pitiful CEO Sophia Remington admitted the attempt to dig through the earth was
Oh, it's
short-sighted and
probably
ambitious,
better
and unveiled the future
to-
of the abandoned hole. Sophia hailed the planned underground amusement park as a visionary design. According to a spokesman, it's just like a regular theme park, but damper and more susceptible to cave-ins. Leaders shipping out. The trapped scientists undertaking a bold escape from Dungeon
Are they still
have
trapped?
revealed which of their two erstwhile leaders will spearhead their journey to freedom. While throughout their careers it's been clear that Doctors Wong and Swartzborg and Horgensford have worked best together, it seems one of them is now going to be taking a back seat. Dr. Wong has always been the riskier of the pair, willing to push further and faster in the name of progress. We all remember his now infamous exploding chimp trial. Let's hope that getting the team home sooner doesn't mean they cut too many corners. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protests, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers.
Wonder what this
said in a
is.
comment, "The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves, who are Disrupt and what exactly do they want? Other than a new box of matches, of course." All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Oh, there goes my signal again. Oh shit. What happened to the power button? Oh fuck.
Correspondence has been dispatched to every great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns at the University of Brixford. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
Your eyelids are sweating.
Part of the team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about.
No.
They can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer, and very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Remington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary personal anecdote. Oh, here we go.
What's going on?
And, as expected, everything is absolutely... Stop. Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so...
Shit, I missed the fuck.
Concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think. Yeah?
We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look first.
Here it just says, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit.
There you go, much better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this.
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running
out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan Wolf, here with science. Back to you.
Megan Wolf there, attempting to do some actual news. Next, let's over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good.
Shit. That's this one.
All we had to do was fill in a quick form or two.
Wow, that sounds so convenient, but we're all dying to know. What have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julia Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants.
Ooh, swanky.
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
Potato. So Gary...
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
There's no
Downpipe?
harm in asking, I suppose.
Dear God.
Would you like to hear one?
No, thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
There were other
I
reasons.
like to flutter, of course, but no, the boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an anthology of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Are you all right?
Yes, it's coming.
What is coming?
It's inspiration, and it's delicious.
Oh dear God.
Right you are.
He's
Today on the
right.
show, there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
Yeah, this big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Would you encourage other people to enter for their chance to win?
If it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
Blue Eyes?
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
Some of these are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which has recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say...
Oh, fuck. I have to say what?
Barry Lardons, mate. You've lived here...
On, fan on, fan on.
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that look at proud of us. Do you know what it's like?
What the hell? Went the wrong way, I think. I was doing so well. Alright, let's retry it from checkpoints. Hopefully that's not the whole segment again. Yep, it's the whole segment again. Damn it. Alright, so. Turn the fan on. We gotta put... Oh, that's gone completely now? Okay. Got that, I got that. Oh, wait, let's turn these
I'm
on.
Jeremy Dawson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the
Hard work.
unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th week. In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago,
Oh, shoot.
Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
The World Council should make no mistake. This blockade and the illegal sanctions it seeks to enforce are an act of war and will be treated as such. Any incursion,
Oh, look, there are people walking
into our
by.
territory will be met with swift and deadly force. You have been warned.
Beer in the headlights. Burgeoning brewmeister Johnny Hamsleeves has today launched a new marketing campaign to revitalise the image of his unpopular Headbutt Ale. Adamant that his craft brew could be a commercial success,
Launch that into
if only
space.
he could get in front of the right audience, Johnny's gone to surprising lengths in his latest PR stunt. In a move he's calling groundbreaking, and his accountants are calling irresponsible, Johnny has launched 1,000 bottles of beer into the stratosphere, but they've now settled into geostationary orbit. He's hailing it as a landmark achievement, while
What is the
scientists are
point?
condemning his cosmic fly tipping. In it to win it, exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership
Oh, so we chose the weird lady there. Let's take him. They're both showing up in this segment anyway, right?
As unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Glory Hall? Due to the overwhelming public disapproval of their controversial moves, Remington's Fist announced that excavations are to be discontinued and the unfinished tunnel repurposed. Speaking from her divorce lawyer's parking lot, pitiful CEO Sophia Remington admitted the attempt to dig through the earth was short-sighted and ambitious.
Well, we
and
at least
unveiled
reached
the
that
future of the
goal.
abandoned hole. Sophia hailed the planned underground amusement park as a visionary design. According to a spokesman, it's just like a regular theme park, but damper and more susceptible to cave-ins. Leaders shipping out. The trapped scientists undertaking a bold escape from Dante's taint have revealed which of their two erstwhile leaders will spearhead their journey to freedom.
Dante's taint.
While throughout
It's
their
just...
careers it's been clear
it's
that
wrong.
Doctors Wong and Swartzborg and Horgensford have worked best together, it seems one of them is now going to be taking a back seat. Dr. Wong has always
At least he
been
wasn't called Dr. Wang.
willing to push further and faster in the name of progress. We all remember his now infamous exploding chimp trial. Let's hope that getting the team home sooner doesn't mean they cut too many corners. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, Internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protest, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment.
There it is again, community
The
cohesion
reckless fire will
officers.
certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As
That's the same symbol that they did
people
on the
across
bank.
country are
I now
asking
recognize it.
themselves,
Yep.
who are Disrupt? And what exactly do they want? Other than a new box of matches, of course. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all on tonight's National Nightly News.
Oh shit.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns at the University of Brixford. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident.
Oh yeah, she's gonna cuss.
So I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer, and very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Remington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary.
Oh fuck. Fuck. Come on.
And, as expected, everything is absolutely fucked. Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so...
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Yeah? We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit.
There you go, much better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this.
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running out.
It's running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan Wolf, here with science. Back to you.
Megan Wolf there, attempting to do some actual news. Next, heads over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or two.
Wow, that sounds so convenient. But we're all dying to know, what have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julia Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants.
Ooh, swanky.
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
You're polishing turds.
So Gary...
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
There's no harm in asking, I suppose.
Would you like to hear one?
No.
Thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like a flutter, of course, but no, the boss said I had to sign up to keep...
I thought she said floater.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children.
No, 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 no. No, 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 we don't want to hear it.
Of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Are you all right?
Yes, it's coming.
What is coming?
It's inspiration, and it's delicious.
Right you are.
Today on the show, there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
Here, this big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Would you encourage other people to enter for their chance to win?
If it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at all blue eyes here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a
Tray.
tray.
Some of these are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which has recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, you know, in this heat, the smell really is. I mean, it's something else. Barry Lardons, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the stink?
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that, look at him, proud as punch. Do you know what it's like, son, being the second smelliest town? No, I don't. Living in the shadow of Arseminster. Oh, smug fuck.
Minster.
Who's laughing now, eh?
What, not me, that's for sure. So what happened, mate?
Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built Flard factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big
Flard?
presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
Does this stink not affect your...
Damn it.
Dog at first, but you get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed. Don't nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms. Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses directly into the water main, but I think it's probably the few valves on the high street.
On the high street? Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions.
Yeah.
Experience a lot of inhibition.
Cops, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
Next recording is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions of grandeur.
That's not really a problem, it was sung in my life. Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now.
Shit, 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 shit.
God, look at me. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous, why didn't you tell me? I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want.
That'll be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Love the Bannon, feel the Bannon. Oh, man.
And the ennui. All that's left now are the hallucinations and unconsciousness.
Nana Dottie? Was that you? Why are you made out of elbows? You know I don't eat opinions.
Oh, Don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels.
I'm sorry, he does what?
Right. That's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. Oh.
God damn it, not now. Turn the fucking breaker back on.
You need to stand back. Way back. First you expulsions.
Why am I losing? Fuck. Did I forget to pull her back? Oh, so close. Yeah, this is a really, really hard section of the game. One second. Yeah, I think I need to try it again. Probably Sunday. It's a really good good game. The humor is good, but there is a really underlying current of political motivation, and it makes you think about the decisions a little bit. It makes you think about what happened in the past, and it's very much centered in the current environment. I'll be back Saturday night with Goose Goose Duck, and we're probably going to do, or actually, no, I stand corrected. Saturday night, we're going to have the an event with the New World team. We're probably going to move the...
And I'm Jeremy Dawes. Our main headlines tonight.
Switch over to this one for now. So yeah, we're going to do an event with the New World team. It starts at 8, and we're probably not going to do Goose Goose Duck. So stay tuned. Things may change as they develop, but for right now, it's going to be 8 to 10, and we're probably going to do some New World after that, some regular New World. Stand by for the raid, and hopefully I'll see you guys Saturday. Take care.